Just preparing it. Come on. Okay, we're live.
Okay, I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Temple City Unified School District Board of Education for Wednesday, July 22nd, 2020. Our roll call, Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Espinosa,
Here.
Member Lynn,
Here.
I'm here, Member Nolan Burke.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Item 3 is public comment on closed session agenda items. I don't have any. Marie, do you have any? Okay. We'll move on to item 4, which is disclosure of items to be discussed in closed session. We have personnel matters, government code 54957, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, and release. And conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, government code 54956.9D1. There are 2 cases. OAH case number 20200300907 and student number several X's 700. So can I get a motion and a second to adjourn to closed session?
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion by Member Smith, second by Member Espinosa.
Yes.
Was it you, Melissa? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, roll call vote. Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Member Lynn,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg
Yes.
and Member Smith.
Yes.
Okay, so we are, it was a unanimous vote. We're adjourned at 6:07 to close session.
And we're doing a breakout group within this Zoom, right?
Yeah.
I think Andy's
Okay.
doing it for us.
Okay.
We have I show up. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. Marie, does anybody need to be in there with the board?
I believe Monica may.
I do. Andy, do I hit leave?
No, let me
No.
add you. I'll add you right now.
Okay, thank
And they will
About-
let you know if Marianne has to.
you. Okay.
Okie dokes.
Okay.
see
Does
And
Kim
Kim-
need to be? Does Kim need to be in that meeting?
Yes, Kim for sure.
Okay.
But I wanted to see if Kim wanted to hang up and then relink. Because she's obviously she can't see.
Yeah, I wonder if something's happening with that camera. Because I had Hannah was giving me the settings of it. Yeah, so Marianne's the only one we need to know about.
Okay. I will have Monica text us if she needs to be.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Andy.
Andy, is this link gonna stay on? Is this the
Yes.
same link? Okay,
Yeah, it'll stay.
thank you,
Because then when they are finished with closed session, they close out of that and they come right back here.
thank you.
Hi, Hannah. Yeah, that might be because it could have been a physical, maybe a little physical little hiccup with the camera. Yeah, it could be. It could be just maybe need a restart. Yeah, especially if one of the automatic updates did anything to that driver.
Andy, is Kim in closed session already? Were you able to put her in there?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. See you in a little bit.
Yeah, if she can. I don't know if she can get, if she could get out of closed session real quick and restart. Oh, yeah. Okay. You're welcome. Bye.
Hello, Riley Saxon.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I don't know if we're supposed to talk in this thing while we're waiting, but I always do.
Oh, that's cool.
You're presenting tonight?
I'm doing the social justice stuff.
Nice. Yeah.
Because we're doing that. We have like a training August 13th, so they kind of want like what we're gonna do in the training type of thing. So
Perfect.
yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, it'll be good.
I think we're being recorded, so I think that's how this works right now. So.
Oh, okay. I think we're live on YouTube, no?
Well, we may be. Oh yeah, we are.
That's
Nice.
awesome.
Yeah, we do just keep it live, so you guys can probably mute if you want to.
Hi, Andy.
Hi.
That was not a request. I think that was.
Bye, Riley.
See ya.
Hello, Robin and Tessie.
Hello.
And-
How are you?
And Marianne. And I sound like Romper Room. Marie.
And I see Tessie, and I see Elena.
Hi, you guys.
Hi.
And Richard.
Mute on. Sorry about that. Hi, everybody.
I'm just saying hi to everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
What's everybody doing?
Long day.
It's been a long 5 months, 4 months, whatever it is. Crazy.
Yeah,
How
Marie,
you
we should
doing?
probably talk about whether we should do 2 live sessions and like turn the live off during closed session, or
It's up to you.
yeah, just
You're
keeping it running as one.
You're the Zoom guru.
Yeah, I think I can probably go into the YouTube because YouTube lets you edit the videos. I probably go in and just take out the whole closed session part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if that
'Cause when I
does.
do the minutes, I just go right past it.
Okay. Yeah. I'll look after. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll see if I can go in and modify it.
Okay. How's your summer going, Robin?
Oh, it's thrilling. Yeah, it's great.
Oh my God, did I tell you about my 6-week vacation I went on and the cruise?
Yeah.
Robin, any more chickens show up?
I went from my living room to my bedroom and then back. It was amazing.
Exactly. None of this 410s. It just feels like it's just 24.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
like 24/7. Forget 410s.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
You go sit outside and it's a big treat. You're like, ooh, it's like camping out here.
Yeah, we have our little fire pit thing out in back, and we do go out there in the evening and sometimes.
I have to put on all those bands because I get all bit up.
Yeah, true. I do have a camping trip planned in August. Kind of have my fingers crossed whether we go or not, but you
I
know.
think campgrounds are open though.
Yeah, and it's way up in Northern California, so it's not around this Southern California stuff. So we'll see.
Hopefully.
Robin talked to me later about a recent family of mine that tried to go camping in Northern California last week.
Okay.
Later on.
I want to hear.
Mhm.
Great. She doesn't want to burst your bubble before the meeting. I'm just kidding.
Tessie, any more home projects?
Like roped into these massive political things like the NRA.
Yay, there's Kim. We can't, oh, but she's muted, so.
I know, I had to shut all the way down, turn everything off and then come back on.
Okay, so let's see. Ken, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I think we can get started. We'll reconvene to open session at 7:14 p.m. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
Smith?
Motion by member Smith,
I'll second it.
second,
I'll second
I'm
it.
sorry, second by member Nolenberg. Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
And member Espinosa?
Yes.
We're now at 6, right?
We're on item 7. Announcement, tonight's meeting is being digitally recorded. Item 8 is a pledge of allegiance led by member Smith.
Yes, please rise. And repeat along with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Welcome.
Item 9 is announcement of action taken in closed session. By unanimous vote, the board took action to approve a settlement agreement regarding OAH case number 20200300907. Also, by unanimous vote, the board took action to approve a settlement agreement regarding OAH case number 102002700. And that was all the action that was taken in closed session. Item 10 is special recognition presentation, our classified employees of the year and teachers of the year. And I believe Monica Makovitz is gonna do that for us.
Yes, I am. I want to make the announcement per site, and then I have a little, just a couple sentences that the staff put together on the person. So I would like to do the classified of the year first. The first classified employee is Noel Lopez, coming from Cloverly. And Noel goes out of his way to make sure Cloverly shines. He does not hesitate to help students and staff whenever is needed. The next one I have is Tammy Duong from Emperor. Tammy is always the first to say, if you need help, just let me know. Tammy is always there when we need her or when the students need her. She helps everyone from the kids to the teachers to the office staff. She is also very busy with PTA. She helps with all Emperor's events. She is a huge part of our Emperor family and community. The next one I have is No Gomez. He is from Facilities and Grounds. No keeps the sporting fields in excellent condition. We have received numerous thank yous from the coaches and staff. This is a direct reflection of his hard work and dedication. Then we have Ruben Hernandez, who is mostly assigned to La Rosa for maintenance. Ruben is always willing to help with anything you ask him with what has to be done, and he has great expertise. If he can't personally help you at that moment, he will point you in the right direction or get someone that can help you right away. Judy Bateman is from Longden. She works countless hours over her time to make sure her job is complete and all children are safe. She displays such care, empathy, and respect to parents. ELP Longden pups would not be what they are without her. Then we have Cheryl Hungerford. She's from Oak Avenue Intermediate. Cheryl has worked and dedicated over 20 years of service to the students, parents, and staff of Temple City Unified School District. She has come to work on her days off in the event that her new students might need something or feel a little uncomfortable in their new surroundings. She's that helicopter mom. She is always there and is always 100% accessible, approachable, and loves to work and have mutual learning experiences with her students. I have Itzel Zarabia. She's from the high school. Miss Z volunteers to help whenever she can. She serves on interview panels. She always provides her experience and expertise for help, and she's such a value to our site. Last but not least, I have Lisa Serafera from the district office. She is amazing and a rock star at helping with our payroll and benefits. She takes the initiative to help all members and make sure we have the tools to help us be successful. So that is my classified staff. I would also like to thank Robin, Tessie, and Art Contreras and Ray Velasquez that were part of the classified committee. And I would like to announce, and he does not know this yet, that Ruben Hernandez was picked as the overall classified of the year for Temple City Unified School District. So please give him a round of applause, even though I know we can't hear everybody. And Ruben, I promise we'll deliver you a treat soon. Okay, now I'm going to go to Teacher of the Year. First of all, we have Cloverly. We have Ashley Sanders. Ashley joined the Cloverly team at the beginning of the school year. She teaches our special education students. We have found her to be intelligent, caring, and well organized. She has student-friendly teacher environment. She has a respectful attitude and works diligently to promote positive peer relationships. She has a strong work ethic and a positive manner in communicating and collaborating with the entire Cloverly community. Then from the DDSLC, we have Andrew Jahan. He is one of the most veteran teachers. He started the Doug Sears when Doug Sears was still the principal. He has a keen mind and a wonderful wit. He advocates for all his students, and I always see him walk to class. His kids are fully engaged by the dynamic lesson planning that he is offering all his students. He's truly an asset to the Doug Learning Center and Temple City Unified School District. Next, we have Susan McGee from Emperor Elementary. She has been a dedicated teacher at Emperor School for the past 26 years, working with students with learning disabilities. She has been an amazing mentor, friend, and mom to each of us. Every single teacher at Emperor will tell you that they have learned directly from her. She has taught us how to handle difficult situations with grace and care. Most importantly, she reminds us daily that every child can learn and each child has the ability to show growth in their own way. Her gift for teaching and her love for us will be greatly missed because she is retiring this year. I have Kelly Lee from La Rosa. Kelly is a teacher that truly enjoys her students and what makes each of them unique. She has fun in and outside of the classroom. She has taken her role as a peer and colleague as serious as she does her role as a teacher. This makes her a huge asset to both La Rosa and our school district. We want to all say congratulations to Kelly for deserving this honor. We have Terry Van Leer representing Longden. Terry is the complete package as a teacher. She empowers all of her students to thrive to her ability to teach them at their level. She engages all of her students with a plethora of learning experience that include cooking, art, music, technology, and even robotics. She is especially gifted at meeting the needs of at-risk students. She isn't afraid to try new things in her teaching and often shares her successful strategies with colleagues. She is adored by students, parents, and colleagues for her tireless commitment to her students. And she is also retiring this year and she will be sorely missed. From Oak, we have Kyle Smith. Kyle is one of our award-winning music program teacher and currently serves on the technology committee. He is always willing to share his technology skills with fellow staff and provide support to all of our teachers as we transition to distance learning. We are proud to honor Kyle with Teacher of the Year from Oak Avenue. From the high school, we have Kelly Priestley. Her compassion, creativity, and her care for students is unrivaled. She works tirelessly to ensure her students' success in the classroom and on campus. This is also replicated amongst her interactions with the staff. We are fortunate to work with her and even more fortunate to have her as part of our family. I would like to thank Ellen, Laughlin, Kyla, and Samantha for helping with the Teacher of the Year process, as well as Juris in the personnel office. And we are excited to announce that our overall Teacher of the Year is Kyle Smith, and he will be hopefully participating in the LACO process, Teacher of the Year process, which they are moving forward with. So please, if you see any of these members or talk to any of these members in the next few days, please congratulate them for us. We will celebrate their honor when we return in the fall. We have a wonderful lunch for them, and hopefully we can have it sooner than later. For every member that either got classified or Teacher of the Year. So thank you so much. And the process is truly a valuable one that we need to keep on celebrating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very exciting news. Next is item 11, public comment on agendized and non-agendized items. And per our board bylaw, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. So we have quite a few items tonight, so I'm going to be timing them, and hopefully we'll be able to get them all in tonight, either in our first public comment or our second public comment. So our first one is from Sriram Barandarandajan. It says, to whomever it may concern, I request the board member, superintendent, and the necessary stakeholders with the Temple City Unified School District to heed the experts and follow science before planning on reopening schools. I request the superintendent to harvest digital technology, expand and enhance distant education and remote learning with the strenuous discipline along with a strong online presence. I request you to place the life and future of our kids, teachers, and staff as of paramount importance before you make a decision. Any decision that you make would weigh heavily upon you, since your current plan to try a hybrid system to reopen will not provide appropriate equity and equality to your students. As a concerned parent and as your constituent, I request the board members to not vote for reopening schools until a vaccine is in place. Thank you. Our second, oops, I lost my stopwatch. Okay. Our second comment is from Brittany Wong. It says, recently many TCHS students and alumni have come forward with personal sexual harassment assault claims, making it clear that students in TCUSD are not educated enough on the subject of consent. In a survey that received 134 anonymous responses as of July 5th, 2020, from TCHS students, alumni from the graduating classes of 2014 through 2023, when asked, where have you learned most of your knowledge about consent from? Respondents had the option to choose one or more answer. Only 13.4% learned from classes, while the rest learned from other resources. When asked, how in depth have courses gone about teaching students about sexual assault or consent? On a scale from 1 to 7, 1 not at all and 7 extremely, over 85% answered negatively, while less than 15% felt as though they have been taught in detail about either subjects. The following questions were not mandatory to answer in case it triggered some people. Have you or someone you know felt sexually uncomfortable because of how they were treated by a peer, teacher, or faculty member? Out of 132 responses, over 70% said yes. Have you or someone you know been sexually harassed by another student? Out of 132 responses, 110 said yes. If you or your friend have brought it up to a counselor or faculty member, how did they handle it? On a scale from 1 to 7, 1 negatively, detrimentally, and 7 positively, helpfully, out of 7 responses, 23 responses said 3, 21 said 2, 10 said 1, negatively, detrimentally. In a section in which students, alumni can add additional comments about their own experiences with faculty members, here is an example. The rest is in a CSV file emailed to all of you. There was a zero attempt to foster a culture of consent at TCHS. And since many of us came from families where the subject was taboo, tons of girls got taken advantage of by both fellow students and horrifically by their teachers as well. I strongly recommend conducting a survey of your own. As the board, you have the resources to contact a larger number of students. It is time to listen to their voices. According to the School Board Association under the California Healthy Youth Act, sexual health education is mandatory in California. As of 2016, it is required for students in grades 7 through 12 to engage in programs that provide information about sexual harassment, sexual assault, gender identity, adolescent relationship abuse, intimate partner violence, and sex trafficking. And I'm going to have to stop that one right there because we're out of time. Move on to the third one. This is from Yoshi Hagawara. Today, many institutions of higher education are requiring ethics, race, diversity courses. While this is a progress, not all students advance to higher education, and it is extremely important that our children are properly educated on this matter in K-12 education. Below is the list of changes we would like to see at TCUSD. 1, declaration that TCUSD is committed to anti-racist culture and education. 2, diversity in hiring. We would like to see hiring of more diverse staff and faculty at schools and at the district. Our initial goal should be to have at least 2 non-Asian persons of color, preferably Black, at each school site, as well as persons of color providing feedback to the curriculum. Number 3, equity and anti-racial training. Conduct robust equity training that includes self-reflection and workshops with trained facilitators to lead the discussion. Also address implicit bias, microaggression, and stereotype threats. Number 4, curriculum and resource modification at schools. Create ethnic study classes or modify existing English and social study classes to include more diverse authors and topics and include minority perspectives of the history. Modifications to sex education. Our understanding is that TCUSD's sex education classes are not taught in a way that is in full compliance with the California Healthy Youth Act, and that the supplemental materials used are both inaccurate and inadequate. In light of the recent revelations, the urgency for this change cannot be stressed enough. Okay. The next one is from Ava C. To TCUSD admin. I am an alumni of TCUSD. I'm sure by now you've heard of the open letter to TCUSD. I hope everybody takes a long, hard look at the state of Temple City and this local ecosystem we are in. I really hope that you ask yourselves why this is happening and will invite students and family to start talking about race. This letter is the result of the meekness of the admin, teachers, and parents, and the lack of preparedness in addressing hard questions on race. It's also a marked failure in listening to their young people. I hope as you address current and future problems, it is done to best support teachers to provide them what they need to move forward in conversation. I'm still learning myself, but thank you for providing me with an education that opened doors for me to hope for something better. Okay, the next one is from Charlie Dodge. It's Kimberly, Donna, Ken, Michael, Matt, Melissa. Thank you for taking the time to respond to our open letter. Unfortunately, this response is unacceptable. My fellow alumni, parents, and community members and students, 670 plus of which have signed the letter in support, have not demanded a private email response telling us that the district is working on it. We have demanded a thorough public response. We are demanding that TCUSD addresses the things listed out on that letter. A letter which I'm doubtful you or any member of your team has actually read through, because if you had read it, you would have seen the countless testimonies that have been submitted, mine included. That proved that not only has the district failed to foster a safe place for its students, but there have been and currently are staff and faculty discriminating against students. You say that your administrators are happy to assist them and investigate each and every situation. When it comes to discrimination and harassment, yet the student testimonies prove that to be false. I can personally tell you that when I was a student, I never once witnessed a situation in which a student would report racist or discriminatory actions that then led to any kind of investigation. In one instance, which you would know about if you read the testimonies, a student reported Miss Sue Noyes for jokingly telling him that he should perform blackface for an assignment. And in response, not only was there no form of disciplinary action filed against Miss Noyes, but there was no attempt to keep the student anonymous. And Miss Noyes took her anger out on him and the rest of the class. The current library assistant has a reputation for harassing girls who she believes are violating dress codes, intentionally forcing her political beliefs on students, and making homophobic and generally bigoted remarks about and in front of students. All of this is common knowledge, yet nothing has ever been done about it. The district obviously only has their own best interests at hand and has failed to support their most vulnerable students. Were you aware that for years, the now retired German instructor at the high school, who had been employed for decades, joked about purchasing Nazi armbands from a white supremacist website? Or that she routinely made homophobic, sexist, and racist remarks in class, lashing out at students who disagree? The examples that I have given are just from the things I experienced and witnessed while I was a student. Again, if you actually read the testimonies, you would see that countless others have experienced similar, if not worse, at the hands of staff and faculty of TCUSD. Okay, I'm gonna have to end that one there because we've passed 3 minutes. The next one is from Jillian Rousseau. Hello, Kimberly, Donna, Ken, Michael, Melissa, and Matt. Thank you for taking the time to email us, TC for Change, back a response. Unfortunately, I am telling you now that this is not the response I wanted. I would hope that you, as a school district who has stated on numerous occasions that they want inclusion, diversity, and acceptance on their campuses, would take the time to read our full open letter and hold yourselves accountable. What does accountability mean, you are possibly asking? Well, it simply means to be held responsible. I do not appreciate that you took the time to do the opposite and defend yourself and explain what you have supposedly done, when in reality, we have 670 plus signatures and around 62 testimonies that could tell you that you have failed to make our school campuses a place of inclusion. When we wrote this letter, we had hopes that you as adults and leaders of our school board would acknowledge our malicious experiences with racism and other forms of discrimination. However, I see that we were wrong. You took the time to write your letter to not only defend yourself, but disregard the pain we have gone through on your own school campuses. In the midst of this tragedy as well, I have never heard our school district say Black Lives Matter or have any sort of recognition for the Black community. You said that when a student experiences racism and it is then reported, there would be a thorough investigation or if we had any concerns. Months ago, when I was a senior at Temple City High School, I went with my friend Delilah Vega to speak to our principals about wanting more cultural appreciation and stating that my friend was called the N-word by another student outside of school. When telling them our concerns about wanting the next generation of Temple City students to be more aware, they simply said to us, "We can start putting things in the bulletin." I see now that it's very common where many leaders of TC do not want to see that their students are hurt and need your assistance. I see now that you do not want to have these discussions. If you did want to have these serious discussions, you would not send me an email like this to make me and other supporters of our group be quiet or put our advocacy under the rug. Is it too much to ask that I do not want my fellow students of color to feel like they are hated by their own community? All we ask from you is to give us answers, be honest, and acknowledge that your school board holds accountability with making your schools a safe place for students to walk in. It is disrespectful that you would give us a response less than 24 hours to try to silence us. And so I'll have to stop there because we're past 3 minutes. Okay, the next one, actually, this one came from Delilah Vega, Teresa Wang, Anne Marie Worthwine, Jillian Rousseau sent 2 of them, Charlie Dodge and Jose Peralta. This one that I printed out came from Zoe Sue. But they're all, the body of the letter is all the same. Dear Temple City Unified School District, my name is Zoe Sue and I'm an alumni of TCUSD. Over 670 citizens are asking you to make changes, yet you have not. Let me repeat, over 670 citizens are waiting for changes outlined in an open letter. This is my second time I am writing to urge the TCUSD School Board to read the full open letter and testimonies from TCUSD students and alumni and make the changes outlined in this document. TCUSD has remained silent amid the recent tragedies of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Elijah McClain, and countless other Black Americans. The number of incidences incited by police brutality and racism have increased recently, and members of our community are concerned. TCUSD has not committed itself to be actively anti-racist or attempted to create an anti-racist environment on all TCUSD affiliated school campuses. We demand the following changes throughout all TCUSD affiliated schools. We demand a release statement from TCUSD acknowledging that Black Lives Matter and there is zero tolerance for any form of discrimination on all TCUSD school campuses. We demand an inclusive and anti-racist environment. All TCUSD staff and students should be held accountable for any discriminatory actions. We demand TCUSD employees to sign a commitment to upholding a positive, inclusive, and anti-racist learning environment. Any statutes that are broken by signees will be subject to reconsideration of their current positions. Ensure all TCUSD staff receive an annual and mandatory cultural sensitivity training. hold meetings and workshops monthly for staff and administration about how to address discrimination on campuses. Introduce inclusivity seminars and assemblies for K-12 students that educate about the importance of recognizing and respecting their peers' identities and cultures. Increase funding in mental health counseling resources to support students, especially BIPOC. Currently, there is only one psychologist at Temple City High School for more than 2,000 plus students. We demand TCUSD to implement and actively improve an inclusive and anti-racist curriculum. We demand a curriculum that authentically educates students the history of Black Americans, Native Americans, Latina, religious groups, Jewish Americans, and Asian Americans. Adopt diversity or narratives list of books in English and humanities class. Include more books that were written by non-white authors in the English humanities curriculum. Include ethnic studies courses. We demand a curriculum that teaches LGBTQ+ history. California became the first state to allow such history to be taught in school districts, yet TCUSD has not added LGBTQ+ history in the curriculum. Here is a list of recommended books regarding LGBTQ+ history. We demand TCUSD to acknowledge more cultural holidays and observances, including Juneteenth, Black History Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, Dia de los Muertos, Cinco de Mayo, Pride Month, Hanukkah, Yom Kippur, Pesach, and many more. We demand all history classes discuss the importance of these holidays and observances. Celebrate such holidays and observances on campus through events, assemblies, posters, etc., similar to how Red Ribbon Week or other Spirit Weeks are promoted. Host cultural events throughout the year for students to acknowledge and express their heritage and identify an identity on all TCUSD school campuses. Over 670 people are demanding change. Your students are hurt and voiceless. You must be actively anti-racist and address all forms of discrimination on your school campuses immediately. Students are looking to you as educators and leaders to address these problems. We are asking for your response to this letter, plan, and student testimonies. Additionally, the organizers ask that you respond with your availability for a public town hall meeting with students and parents of TCUSD over Zoom. These requests will ensure that TCUSD schools become places of diversity and inclusivity, where all students are heard. Okay, so we have exceeded our 20 minutes and I still have 3 more. So why don't we hold these off until the second public comment at the end of the meeting. Okay, next we'll move on to number 12, which is the community update. And thank you to Jerry Jambazian and Temple City Photos. He put together a video. It's a special message to the class of 2020, and I believe we're going to watch that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Andy's trying to pull it up.
Okay. While he's doing that, I will mention that I believe it's on our website also, if people would like to view it. And I know Jerry has it on his website too.
We don't have sound. Still no sound.
Sorry about that. Computer's acting up. Are you hearing it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, class of 2020. Temple City High School is truly the home of scholars and champions. And now it's an even better place because of the contributions of the class of 2020 over the past 4 years. What you have achieved against incredible odds is unlike any other class that has come before you. However, it is important that you know that you are not just being recognized for the perseverance and resiliency you have exhibited over the past few months, but you are being celebrated for the years of hard work and commitment during your entire educational journey. I encourage you to be proud of your accomplishment. You have earned it. But while you have finished your phase of education, your graduation marks another exciting step in your path. I know you will go on to contribute to society in wonderful and meaningful ways, drawing on the lessons learned over your years. Please remember, wherever life takes you, you will always be a Temple City ramp for the class of 2020, and you have the ability to accomplish anything you put your mind to. Congratulations, every one of you.
Congratulations, Temple City High School class of 2020. What would happen today? What the only is that the world is
I think we're having technical difficulties.
Yeah, the audio is pretty bad. Maybe we should just move on. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. Andy?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully everybody will go to the district website or go to templecityphotos.com and you can see it there.
Can you turn it on?
better way to build bridges. When you journey to start an exciting beginning, there is the chance to reflect on.
Maybe if you can stop sharing, we'll just go on.
Yeah.
Ask that you continue to be deliberate and purposeful while practicing kindness and compassion. Be grateful and appreciate all the people
Andy, can you stop sharing your screen?
today. When you get a chance,
You'll be in the upper bar at the very top. There you go.
family member and thank them for their love. To make the world into a better place. Strive for your aspirations without compromising your good character and kindness towards
Andy, we're gonna skip this and move on. I don't know if you can hear us.
If
Yeah,
you
I can.
hover above Mike's head, there'll be a red button that you can click to stop sharing.
Yeah, the YouTube's struggling a little bit. Okay, come on.
There we go.
All right, well, that was unfortunate, but as I mentioned, it can be seen on our website and also on Jerry's website, templecityphotos.com. And again, congratulations to the class of 2020. The only other thing I had for the community update is I wanted to make everyone aware that the district and the city of Temple City are going to have a joint meeting on Thursday, August 6th at 6:30 p.m. If you would like to view the meeting or make public comment, there will be instructions on our agenda as well as on the agenda that the city puts out. Next, we'll move on to district updates, business services. Mary Ann Sorrell.
Good evening, everyone. The district contracted with Forensic Analytical Consulting Services to provide environmental health consulting at La Rosa. A staff meeting was held on June 3rd to introduce the staff to the consultant, review plans, and provide staff an opportunity to express their concerns. Following that meeting, a survey was sent to staff, and fortunately, 43 staff members completed the survey. At the June 10th board meeting, Ben Kohlmeyer, the Chief Science Officer, reviewed the process that would be followed to evaluate and address the concerns at La Rosa. On July 16th, a second meeting was held with site staff to provide an update of findings and next steps. Later this evening, Ben Kohlmeyer will be presenting an update to the board and the community. Maintenance and operations is working with office staff and educational services to provide staff with the appropriate plexiglass barriers based on needs of varying positions and interface with students. Face shields, masks, gloves, and disposable gowns have been received and are ready to be deployed from the warehouse. Replacement orders are underway as well to replenish those as needed, and we're expecting an additional delivery from LACO in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is educational services, Hannah Getty.
Hello, thank you. Sorry. Okay, so just to update everybody regarding our Canvas trainings. That's been going great. We're heading into week 3 of all of our trainings. We have done a sync with our student information system with Aries. So the live accounts for Canvas, where teachers will actually be able to see what it'll really look like in actuality, with integration of different curricular apps and programs, and all of our curricular adoptions should be happening within the next week, we hope, after we test. We're in the test phase of that syncing. So just to make sure that we have everything looking the way it's supposed to, have classes set up, and elements such as that, so that it works nice and smooth. We are also focusing, as we move into this next round of training, on access, making sure that we have access for all learners, especially with a focus on our students with special needs and our English language learners. There is an ability in Canvas for an accessibility tracker. So as teachers make lessons or information on a page, they can check its accessibility rate so that they know if a student is using assisted device to learn, then it can tell them like this won't pick up on this device, things like that, so that they can adjust and make sure that the information is accessible to all learners. We also have an immersive reader that we're learning about where students can highlight and it'll read aloud to them. So this will also help with perhaps our students that might be learning language or having difficulty in reading at times. And then additionally, teachers can record their voice for directions and hear that as well. There's also a line reader. So our students, maybe, for example, a student with dyslexia may need more of a focus on one word at a time or a line at a time, and Canvas will offer that within the assignments and pages. So we're learning more about that. Teachers can also accommodate assignments. So when they assign something to a class, they can adjust individual students' due dates, certain applications, whatever they may need based on what might be documented in a 504 plan or an IEP document. We also are looking to partner with Mastery Connect, which is a Canvas subsidiary, which will allow us to assess our students, especially as the state has asked us to look at learning loss. We'll be able to measure students on specific standards. For example, if I was a 6th grade math teacher, I could then look at my students coming in and pick some of maybe 5 or 6 of the 5th grade math standards that I know that they need to be able to master these standards before they can move on to 6th grade. I can assess them. It will rate all of my students on a roster, color coded, showing me where they are with the standards. And then I can continue to work and isolate elements of where I can teach to help bring them up to where they can be successful as we move forward. And then it also gives parents information regarding that. It tracks and tells parents where they are. So you'll not only see grades, but you'll see actual specific information regarding where students are in meeting certain standards or all standards assigned. We're going to be building out our August training calendar. We're working on that this week. Our tech committee has done such an awesome job providing trainings for our staff and then supporting our staff in the Canvas trainings as well, which are done by our Canvas partners. And as we move forward, we're looking to get very specific in those trainings so that we're ready for a rollout. We'll also be creating parent and student videos. So as we start school, hopefully the week before, we can start pushing that out to our families so that they can feel comfortable with the product and get used to it. We also hope to have, within the week before school starting, we are looking to try to schedule as many drive-through pickups for textbooks, consumables, those would be workbooks, devices, and anything else our students may need. For example, our Oak students for science may need lab kits and elements like that. So we're working on planning those things out. Our English departments, both at the middle school and high school level, are working with a study sync adoption. And so they're getting trained over that in August for that as well. And that will then will embed into Canvas as well. We started messaging out to our parents through our new Parent Square ability. It's a web-based program that connects to Aries. And then it also has an app feature. Many of our parents have shown their desire to have communication via an app. It helps conserve data and other elements where it allows them to still get push notifications to be able to communicate and get information. We plan to send out surveys to our parents as we know that we'll be focusing in a, opening up in a virtual setting, what our priorities are for our parents and how we can help address those, and then also communicating out our schedules. We're continuing to work with our task force to plan those curricular elements and make sure that we are looking out for our students as well as our staff and making sure we have everybody accommodated for as we plan for that beginning. LPAC testing initial LPAC testing is still scheduled. So we are working to schedule that for all of our new students to our district, make sure that we're able to get that initial testing done. And other than that, we're just moving forward with just a few weeks left before the school year starts. The parent data confirmation has opened up in Aries, so parents will be getting a message for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Personnel Services, Monica Mekovitz.
Good evening, everyone. I want to first say thank you to the unions, both CSEA and a TCEA, as well as the personnel department. This is our busiest time of the year. We are hiring over 30 either classified or certificated staff in the next few weeks and getting them processed We are very excited that we have over 300 candidates collectively for all positions. So we have a really great pool to hire from. I would also like to thank the site principals and the teachers and the classified staff who participated in the interview process and gave of their time to select our newest TCUSD family members. So we will look forward to announcing those new staff members in the upcoming weeks. We are also working, personnel and I are working on open enrollment for health benefits in the fall because just to meet everyone's medical and health benefit needs. So please, staff, you will be getting information from us shortly on that. I urge all teachers to make sure all your credentials are renewed in a timely manner. I know the CTC gives us a short window to renew, so make sure you can check in with personnel or check in on CTC directly to make sure your credentials are in order. We are also working on our annual mandated training in terms of sexual harassment, mandated reporter, which is a requirement for all staff. There is a new requirement for Title IX, which Hannah Getty will be talking about later. All our site leadership and district leadership will receive Title IX training that will be updated from the government, and that new requirement will be taking into effect in August. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 14 is bargaining unit comments. TCEA, Ellen.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say that TCAA is very thankful to be a part of the decision-making on returning to school in the fall. We have some more task force meetings on our agenda, and we're just finding the process very collaborative. Our educators do want to have the option to work from our classrooms in the fall. We want to be able to use the district's internet and use our resources in our classroom. We'd like to have access to our media techs to help support us use our technology, and with Canvas, our new LMS. As you can see tonight, we've had some technical difficulties, and this is what I experienced in March on. It's very common. You see a number by my name. This particular device I'm using, I cannot change my number. I like to call that my inmate number. I noticed that at one point we had a member in our meeting who's couldn't work her video to be able to see the image of her face, which is very important for teachers to be able to see our students and for them to see our faces. We've also had laggy videos. And so these are a lot of the things that teachers deal with every day with our students. And so we know the district is supporting us to come in to be able to optionally come in and use our resources in the district internet. So we hope that's going to be a positive solution for all of us. We'd hope to have our classified aides join us in our virtual classrooms to support our youngest students in this digital environment. We've always used our classroom aides, our paraprofessionals, in our live classrooms in our brick and mortar schools, and we feel that they could be of assistance to support our students, not to provide directed instruction, but to support us as they always have. We'd like to discuss that our educators need childcare. If we're going to try to do this distance learning that is so challenging right here to have this meeting with adults, we would like to have some childcare for our own personal students and our own personal children, excuse me, so that we don't have the stress of that as we're trying to work in this format. Some of our special education teachers are going to be asked to work with our students in person. And we are going to require that the district make a commitment to provide our members with safety equipment and any protocols that provide for their health and their safety and their well-being. And we're really looking forward to continuing talks with the district about professional development and our focus on social justice. to ensure that our schools, whether they're virtual or brick and mortar, are those safe havens for all students. And overall, we're very pleased with the district support of La Rosa and our issue with our safety at that school site, and grateful to Mr. Kohlmeier's report and investigation of La Rosa's school site. And we look forward to continuing that relationship with him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Next is CSEA 105. Robin, do you have anything?
I just want to say congratulations to all the classified employees of the year. I don't know if they've been notified yet, so I didn't send anything out, publicly, but I did send something to the Emperor Employee of the Year. I want to thank Monica for her help with all that. It was really very organized and went easily, so everything seems to work out even in this crazy world. So I appreciate that the help with that. I too want to just mention the aides helping in the classrooms when we all get going on this. If the teachers are working physically in a classroom, I have a lot of instructional aides that would like to be there to help them in any way they can. And if they're not working in their classroom, hopefully we can work something out like we're doing right now so that they can be involved. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. I don't see Art. Art, are you there somewhere?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh.
Okay, would you like to speak?
I just real quick, the classified employee of the year, I want to congratulate that person. That person is one of my members, and it's rare that an 823 person gets a nomination and selected for those awards. And also, I know we have to work hard to figure how we're gonna develop a safe environment for this next coming school year. So I am looking forward to working with the task force team and brainstorm and figure out what we're gonna do. I want to make sure that if we can have our members working during that time, so they're not worried about losing their jobs or anything like that. So we have a lot of work to do, and I know we can do it. So like I said, I'm looking forward to it. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Art. Next is board member comments, and tonight it is board member Lynn's turn to go first.
Okay, thank you, Donna, and good evening, everyone. I would like to start by congratulating all the classified employees of the year and teachers of the year. Thank you for your outstanding work and commitment to making a difference in the lives of our students. Over the past few weeks, actually just this past week, the board has received many open letters, emails regarding equity and inclusion, as we've heard in the public comments earlier. We've seen that the latest events and civil unrest in cities all over the world have made apparent the issues of equity in our society. In my June 10th board comments, I stated that the strength of American democracy is connected to diversity, multicultural awareness, and equal opportunity. I also said that not only are we accountable as educational leaders, but we have a moral and ethical duty to our students and community to have zero tolerance for racism, xenophobia, bullying, and bigotry in any of our schools and departments. And we have heard the anguish and seen the pain. With empathy, we need to align ourselves to unconditional love and the focus on the sanctity of human life. We also condemn the violence, aggression, and microaggression of racism and discrimination, as well as confront the issues of privilege and exclusivity. Our role as educational leaders is not only to create learning environments in which intelligence quotient and emotional quotient are important. Our responsibility is also to foster growth in the domain of equity quotient, which was so eloquently stated in the open letter. As educational leaders, we need to systematically address the question of equity in public education? How do we ensure that equity assets in public schools, such as master schedules, cultural awareness curriculum materials, tutoring, and intervention resources are fully accessible to all students? We have to also see if what we're rewarding in schools may not be ability, but privilege. We have to examine our inner biases and address historical injustices. There are disparities based on poverty, access to resources, and access to education, as well as parent education levels. We need to invest in professional development and building staff capacity, focusing on the opportunities in the way our young people learn. We need to look at support structures for our teachers as they strive to look at students in a new way through multicultural awareness and equity quotient. Our core values drive how we make decisions. Equity provides a pivot point in how we make those decisions. Equity is integral to our core values. I'm optimistic about the future, as even in times of uncertainty like where we're in now, we find ourselves in a place that is educationally sound for all students. I'm pleased to see that tonight's agenda item 28, the first part of agenda item 28 is for the board and the public to do a second reading for the implementation of a board policy on equity. Introducing policies like this provides a starting point in how TCUSD become part of the equity solution and on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Board Member Smith.
All right. Well, I wanted to address the same issue that Mike just did, but he said it far more eloquently than I ever could. So I just want to echo your comments 100%, and you should be a speechwriter. Other than that, I know we have a very heavy agenda tonight, and we're going to be here for a while yet. So I'm not going to say much else other than congratulations to the classified and certified teachers and employees of the year. And it's summer. It's been a long 6 months. I hope you have some chance to have some fun this summer. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Member Espinosa.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to congratulate the classified employees of the year and the teachers of the year for your hard work and care with our students. That is all greatly appreciated. I did attend the council PTA elections in their last meeting of the year, and I want to thank Mary Saxton, Gina Aparicio, Melissa Rains, and Dawn Duhamel, and Julie Bowman for their years of expertise and support, and I wish them the very best as they technically retired from their PTA board positions, and we know we can still count on them for support when we have questions, so thank you so much. I did attend a budget webinar hosted by CSBA on June 29th. I volunteered at the grad night firework booth on July 2nd, and it seemed that it was a good turnout. They seemed to be very busy. And I hope that gave them a good jump start for fundraising this year for that special event. I also want to thank the many people who emailed the board on the topic of race discrimination and sexual harassment. I think that's what governance and public discussions like this are all about. We need your feedback. These topics are critical, and we all recognize the need for more attention and education and resources around these topics. But I wanted to kind of address the perception that there's been silence on the topic, as board member Lynn expressed, dating back to June 10th, there's been comments by every board member on the topics of sexual harassment and race discrimination. And just thinking about what we can do to make that information more accessible, I thought maybe on our website, because there are people that may not look at our videos that are online that are like 2 hours, 3 hours long. Maybe for really critical topics like this that come up, we can, in our on our website in the latest news section, if we could come out with like a one-page statement on topics like this that also includes links to resources that are available to our community and our students. I think that would be very helpful because we are definitely not silent on the topic. We all are very, we see it as a critical need and we want to do whatever we can. And I know there's things in motion. We want to do whatever we can to affect change. So I just think that we need to make our position a little bit more visible, maybe in a very consolidated one-page statement with resources. So, you know, I just want to highlight that. I agree that there's work to be done. Some of it's already in motion, and I just want the information to be accessible to all. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Nolenberg, you're next.
Okay, I just like to thank all the people who work so hard to do the teachers and the clerical people and the people who will work real hard to be able to win the teachers of the year and the clerical people of the year, and also all the custodians of the year. And I like to thank all the people who have been helping us, including parents, teachers, and the school district itself for all this hard work that they put into the thing. I agree with Mr. Lynn and Mr. Smith and Monica about the racial issue. I didn't think it was as bad as it is, but it is growing, and we should take positive steps to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Last but not least, first I wanted to thank the organizations that have made donations to the district this month. Also, I wanted to mention that I participated in a webinar on the state budget put on by Capital Advisors. It was very informative. And I did want to make a mention because I know people have heard that we're getting the same funding as last year, but one of the caveats to that is all the deferrals that are going to be taking place over the next year and a half. So what that means is that money we would normally get today, we won't get it for a few months, but we have to keep on paying all our bills and paying our staff. So that's going to be something that our administration is going to have to figure out how we can have enough cash on hand to do that. And that's how the state is making up some of the money that they've lost is by these deferrals. I also wanted to congratulate the employees of the year. We appreciate everything you do. I know there's so many great employees out there, so to be chosen as employee of the year is really a great honor. Congratulations to all of you. And finally, I wanted to echo the comments of my colleagues on social justice. Did a great job presenting our position. And I did want to mention that I think Melissa's idea is a great idea because we have made some comments over the past few months, and we do have some programs in the works, and we need to get that information out there better. So thank you for that suggestion, Melissa. All right, next we'll move on to our superintendent's comments.
You're on mute.
Superintendent's still mute though, isn't it?
Yeah, Kim, you're on mute. And she can't hear us.
Kim, you're muted. Let me do it.
I just want to thank all of the employees, the classified certificated employees of the year for all that you do. Job well done, job well deserved.
We are also in a very unique time in our history. And this is going to have a profound impact on not only our community and our district, but I do believe on our country and a nation. So I do believe that everyone has unique gifts, and that it's only when we all come together we can accomplish great things. And that includes every single one of our students, our staff members, our community members, our supporters, our Board of Education, the city, our surrounding cities. This truly is a collaborative and group effort to make lasting change. I've recently been, in contact with students. I've emailed students back. Every student that has emailed me, I made a great attempt to email back, other than this afternoon in preparation for the board meeting. But it's important that if students reach out to me, that I reach out to them with sincerity and honesty, and understand what it is that they're going through, and hear their voice, and then work with our teams to do something about that. There is no place in this world for discrimination or maltreatment, prejudice, racism, or hate. And this is very sad, and it's very concerning to me as a superintendent of Temple City. I do understand the concerns. I've read the testimonials. And in some cases, we've reached out to law enforcement to help us investigate. And we've reached out to current site administration to help contact students and try to investigate the claims and allegations that have been presented. I deeply appreciate the passion and the concern and the outreach from students and organizing awareness, because awareness is powerful. And I want to reassure everyone that both myself and the Board of Education is committed to creating an increasing culture of inclusion, acceptance, and care across our district. We've been committed to respond to these incidences and concerns and complaints that students have, either if you're a former student or a current student or a parent of a student. You are more than welcome to share with us. In reaching out to the students, I've shared my email and asked them to contact me anytime. We are open and available to handle all things that come, and we will do it with grace and dignity, and we will protect the integrity of our student population. The goal of Temple City is really to create that safe, positive, caring educational journey for every student. We want them to reach their maximize their potentials, no matter what personal or educational endeavors they want to pursue. And we will increase and continue this commitment to our city and our community and the students that call Temple City Unified School District home. It is my responsibility, and I do take complete responsibility for the district, the current culture, and anything that was established prior to my arrival, now and ongoing. I take that responsibility very seriously, and I don't really shy away from the hard work that is definitely on our hands to do, and that will be ahead of us to continue to do. We have a long way to go, but I want to reaffirm that commitment to continuing the effort with the full veracity of my office and the Board of Education to continue this progress moving forward. My heart does break for all the students who have incurred any negative effect from any sort of interaction. And I am deeply sorry for what they have gone through. We do have a duty to respond, and we do have a duty to make sure that their voices, their stories, and the impact of those experiences are not left unchecked, and that they will provide protections, and they will provide a situation that creates safety for students who come after them. Change requires leaders to stand up and to unite others, and to give resolve and a relentless pursuit to what is right and what is just. It requires a current and future commitment, which I absolutely give to you. We need to stand against disrespect, maltreatment, judgment, fear, discrimination, harassment, and hate. And we need to combat those things with love, respect, compassion, and above all, kindness for our fellow human. This is not just simple rhetoric. I have assembled my team, and we have read letters and testimonials. Work has already begun to address the sentiments in those statements and to work with our union leadership and call for change that is needed. I am thankful for the support of our union leaders. I am thankful for the time that they have given us to attack everything that has come forward this summer for this district. And we have joined together and we can get through anything. I do believe we are better together. This crisis across our nation and in our community and district is larger than any one individual. In times like these, we all have an opportunity to rise up and join forces and bring about the alterations, decisions, and plans that we need to create this lasting change. Together, I do believe we can do this, and I do believe in Temple City Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to our discussion information items. Item number 19 is the graduation update. Richard Lohman, are you out there somewhere? There's Elena. There he is. Okay.
Can't hear you.
Good to see both of you. Yeah,
I am
Richard,
here. I had some technical difficulty and I panicked for a second, but my wife came through and restarted my she restarted the modem or the modem in the house, and so we're good now. It was definitely a panicky moment. So I feel for you, Andy, wherever you were at. All right. So graduation. Last time we were here, it feels like so long ago, but it was probably within a month. I gave you 3 scenarios and we walked through them. Elena is sharing her screen with us now. Here we go. And so based upon where the state has gone in the last month, we are back to a situation that it is not safe for us to go with option A. If you remember what option A was, that was the traditional graduation with social distancing. So with the way things are looking now and us on the verge of going back into a full-on lockdown, our quarantine, we are going with option B for our students. And so option B is the drive-through graduation. So I wanted to walk through some of the details with you guys and just share them with you. And then at the end, I'm gonna, I guess, make you go to work and you're gonna have to be there with us. So the date and time, we're looking at August 7th. We're still gonna uphold that date. The time, and there's 2 time frames there. If you could see that, one is from 8 to noon, and then the other is 4 to 8. We're gonna split our kids kind of in half. And the reason why there's that gap there in the middle, it's really the heat of the day. And so we thought about pushing through based upon the number of students we have and the estimated amount of time to get students in and out of cars, as well as parents and family taking photos of our students. It's going to be an 8-hour event. And so this isn't like our normal graduation that we will be able to knock out within the hour. It's a much longer situation. And so we split it into just so we have that heat of the day. So we have that separation in time. So right now we're looking at those 2 blocks. Elena, if you can move forward. One more time. And so our map, I shared this with you last time. Our students will enter off of Camino Real and down Temple City Boulevard. So south on the Temple City Boulevard, they'll enter our upper lot, or what's commonly known as our student lot. They'll drive through onto our practice field. We'll have our amazing stage set up with some beautiful decorations. Our students will have the opportunity to exit the car, and then in a contactless manner, they will be able to grab their diploma cover, stop at a photo op, and their parents will literally be at this point maybe 5-6 feet away from them. So their parents are very intimate with the photo taking opportunity. And then the student will walk over, hop back in the car, and then move out of the student or the practice field and pick up their diploma at that time. And so it's a one shot through. They get their diploma, they take their photo, they then exit our parking lot. Elena, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Just to reiterate, nobody gets out of their car except for the graduate. So everyone stays in their car.
Correct. It is only the graduate getting out.
Mm-hmm.
So we have some guidelines. Each family could have up to 2 cars. Attendees must wear their mask within the car, and then we're going to assign a time for each student or each family to show. And so those will be emailed out to the students so they know which time they're supposed to be there. One more click, Elena. So as our students prepare for this event, the students will have their name on block letters displayed on their windshield, very similar to what Donna and I saw when the students were picking up their cap and gowns back in June. They'll have their name printed on an index card so we could read their name. And as they walk up the steps, their name will be read. And then our students will then move their tassel from right to left to show that they've made the graduation as they exit the stage after they've picked up their diploma. On graduation day, again, some of that details where the cars enter in will be coming off of Camino Real. So if the cars, I guess somewhere around Oak Avenue, they'll start, come down Camino Real, turn on the Temple City Boulevard, and then enter our parking lot. Go ahead, Elena. The cars there'll be at a check-in station. Cars will move through the stations, and then the grads will hop out when it's appropriate for them to hop out, take their picture, pick up their stuff, and then hop back in the car. One more time, Elena. Before they leave the stage, I want to make sure that they get the tassel moving from right to left. As they exit the field, then they'll be able to pick up their diploma at the far end of the student parking lot, which would be closest to the actual physical school.
And that little diagonal line that's in front of the ram, we've ordered a step and repeat, which is a background that'll have the Temple City and congratulations, and they can take a quick photo in front of that and then get right back in their car. And the reason why they check in on the north part of the lot is so that we can radio the people handing the diplomas out, so they'll have their diploma ready.
And my favorite part is to celebrate with the family. So I know you guys did your presentation and your congratulations to the class of 2020. This really is an exciting time for them. It's not the way we wanted it to be, but it really is. And I hope they do spend that time with their family and truly celebrate their accomplishments. So from us, say again?
Go ahead, Richard. Sorry.
What we're going to do is, so we will have a video direction. So we will have we'll have written directions sent out to the students, but we're also hoping to have a video direction so the kids will be able to see what they're doing live. We will be live streaming the event, and then it will be posted on YouTube as well. The live streaming will take place at the actual event. Well, clearly it's live streaming. And then the YouTube part, my admin team will compile this stuff together and then format it and then put it out on YouTube, similar to like what we did with the senior award ceremony.
And it's at that point that we will compile the honorary speaker speeches, Principal Lohman's speech, the ASB president, and the introduction of all the school board members and all that. So it'll still follow the format of the program in the YouTube video.
So for you guys, ultimately what's going to happen is we're going to ask you to work. And so I know you want to celebrate this day with us as well. Either we work in shifts or you guys show up and you work all 8 hours. I will be there 8 hours. Elena will be there 8 hours. I'm assuming I'm going to make Dr. Getty and Dr. Fricker show up for the 8 hours as well. So board members, I want you there as well. And I know you want to be there as well. And so it's a long day. It will be an enjoyable and fun day though. I could not imagine celebrating with a better group of kids than the class of 2020. So I'm very excited for this, and I'm sad because it's not what should be, but I'm excited for what is going to be.
And I hope the kids and parents enjoy it. There's a lot of bonuses in that they don't have to wait in line out in the sun. They can have their air conditioning in their car. They have a front row seat. So, you know, there's some good things about this.
And seeing graduation, watching parents lose their graduates out on the field, you're definitely not going to lose your graduate this year. They're definitely with you in the car. Okay.
Thank you so much. It sounds like you put a lot of thought into it, and it's going to be a real special day for our graduate. So I appreciate that very much.
So to thank my team for sure, but definitely thank Miss Elena Lee for all the hard work she's put into this as well. She's kind of lived and breathed this, and so I'm very happy that she's on my team, and she excels in items like this. And so her working with me or me working with her, definitely gonna have something great.
Good, good. I do have one question. Has anybody contacted the city about having no parking on Camino Real there, so that if you have cars that are lining up, they're not in the middle of the street?
So we started the conversation with Marianne earlier in this week, and so we want the no parking on Camino Real, as well as that first lane on the inside lane on Temple City Boulevard blocked off at least until Lemon, so that the cars coming in and the cars coming out aren't hindered and there's not a backup anywhere. So Ms. Sorrell, hopefully she's listening, but we've had this conversation. We started this conversation earlier in the week.
Oh,
So
okay,
just to
great.
add, just to add in, Richard, Brian Cook and I are having a meeting tomorrow to finalize the specifics, but they're aware of when graduation is and that we're going to need some support. And then maintenance and operations, of course, will be supporting as best they can as well.
Perfect, perfect. And we truly appreciate it. Maintenance and operation is always involved in our graduation. This year will be a little different bit of a role, but it'll definitely be an extremely important helping with the crowds and the traffic and everything. So I'm really happy with that.
Do any of the board members have questions?
No.
Okay, I just want to say I will be there for 8 hours if you need me. I'll be happy to.
We need you. We definitely need you. So the kids
Same.
need you as well. Thank you, Melissa. The stage is going to be smaller. It's not going to be that huge stage we had. And so the number of us on the stage at any one time needs to be limited. So we're talking maybe 4 plus the graduate is 5. But for us to be able to rotate through and stand off to the sides, the kids definitely want to see you there. I want to see you there. And so it will be, like I said, it's going to be an exciting day for all of us.
Thank you. Matt, did you have a question? Oh, no. Okay. Anybody else have a question? All right. Thank you again very much. And we're looking forward to it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Have a good evening. Okay, next is item 20. It's La Rosa site concerns. Marianne Sorrell.
So Ben Kohlmeyer will be joining the meeting and reviewing the update so far and next steps. So Ben, take it away.
Okay, as Marianne had indicated earlier, we conducted our site visit at La Rosa based on the input that we got from occupants and our review of that. I'm just going to share with you very briefly the findings we have. Happy to answer more questions and to go into more depth. I can talk a lot about this stuff, but I won't unless asked. We looked at the ventilation units serving the various classrooms. We found some improvements that could be made with the outdoor air intakes and with some of the filtration to be more efficient. So that those conditions probably allowed more particulates than we'd like to see getting into the classrooms. And so we identified some fixes that I think are can get to the heart of some of the complaints that were and discomfort people were experiencing. And it's my understanding that we worked with maintenance and operations while we were out there, and that since our site visit, they have already gone through and done that cleaning and improvements and looking at long-term plan to monitor that so we don't get to that condition again. We did evaluate some of the particulates found in the classroom to see what the dust and debris was. We have an issue with some material from a re-roofing job infiltrating into the classroom. And so we're going to be going back out there with maintenance to do some exploration about how we can get to the source of that material and stop that particulate from coming in. We also went through with them, with maintenance on some of the supply and return vents, some of the historic dust loading that's occurred over time, about keeping that clean so we can monitor the situation and ensure we're not getting a buildup of dust and particulates. And in addition to that, we had a chance to observe the conditions before kind of their deep cleaning was occurring out there. Some classrooms had been through it and looked pretty good. Others had not yet and were pretty dusty and dirty. It's my understanding that there's been some efforts underway to make improvements with consistency of custodial services throughout the district, and some additional positions to address that were already in place prior to our visit. So I think the benefits of that will come to fruition as that program goes forward. It looked good for what was being implemented from what we saw. So I think those issues will help improve the situation just by from a particulate standpoint in that cleaning. With regard to the mold issue, we did identify mold growth in the wood chips in the playground. Not unheard of condition. It's well documented that this particular type of mold growth can occur in wood chips. You get wood chips and moisture. Surprised you can get microbial growth in some instances. So we're working with maintenance to determine how that can be addressed, probably by replacing the wood chips with some new materials and looking at how we can improve drainage there. We didn't find any visible mold growth any place in the areas that we looked. We did identify some areas where there's some history of water intrusion, both that we observed and from some further follow-up and discussions with some folks that when we go back out with maintenance, we're going to be doing what we call invasive inspection, pulling apart some building materials, looking behind things to chase down and make sure we don't have any hidden mold growth situation associated with that staining. So there's a few locations where we're going to be doing that. And that's also based on concerns expressed from the occupants about the mold issue. This is a very concerning thing because of the health effects that some of the teachers out there have experienced. And so we're going to do a little more inspecting in the ventilation unit in these targeted rooms to address those concerns and further demonstrate what the conditions look like. Obviously, if any mold growth is found, we're going to have recommendations for addressing it. And then probably when that is completed, that's kind of the key thing. And after that's done, doing some follow-up air sampling on a very targeted basis for some of the particular rooms of concern based on occupant health complaints, just to verify that as a further piece of evidence. Air sampling isn't a huge part of the decision-making, although people often perceive it that way. But we will do that to provide that information. Other than that, there's some thermal comfort issues, which kind of require us to, we'll do some education, working with maintenance and occupants on how the systems work. Going to be tough to address that one until we have normal operations underway again, because there's no one in the room, and our occupancies are going to be very different. So when we'll give some game plans for how that can be dialed in when things return. And finally, going through with coordinating with y'all on indoor environmental quality management program to nip these to some additional tools that are available through some of your existing resources to help head off on these concerns, address them early on so that they're addressed and they don't linger for a long time and cause people greater concern. And we kind of get things early, nip them in the bud and keep a healthful environment. So we'll be working to implement some of those tools that have demonstrated to be successful in other districts in helping address these promptly. And that's my quick fire hose of information, and happy to. So what's the next steps? I should say we're going to be going out for the further invasive inspection, and upon that we'll share that again with the occupants what our findings were, and then we'll put it all into a written report to send along. Happy to answer any questions.
Do the board members have any questions? Okay, I do. You mentioned that there were some targeted rooms that you were going to look at the possibility that there's something in the walls, or are those the older buildings that you're talking about, or where are these?
Yeah, they're specifically, we're going to be doing some work in room 6 based upon that. And that is what I think of the original rooms, the single story, windows on one wall, not the newer 2-story building, as well as rooms 10, 11, and 12, which have had some occupants with particular health concerns that we've spoken to. So based on the history of what had occurred in room 6 and those conditions and the health concerns of those, that's where our follow-up is going to be based. And obviously, if we turn something up on that follow-up, then we kind of reset and reevaluate where else it's going to be occurring. But that's our current plan, is to target those areas.
Okay. And timeline for this? I know we're doing virtual learning, but we may have teachers in the classroom, so that's why I was asking.
Yeah, I heard that earlier. We want to keep moving ahead. We're currently scheduling that follow-up visit. I'd have to check the status. I know emails have been going back and forth about getting that coordinated. I'm also reviewing your history of your prior mold issue out there. That's my homework assignment. So that was a little more paperwork than I had anticipated, but I'm plugging away, taking a peek at that, just to check that what happened back in the 2001 timeframe. There's a lot of concerns being expressed about that, and give people my take on how that was handled. So.
Okay, great, thank you. So, but you anticipate that it will be ready for the teachers when school starts?
Yeah, and I mean, the caveat is if we find a problem, that could stretch the time frame. But if our investigation does not find an issue, then I expect we'll have things wrapped up. But it is what it is. If we find a problem and that stretches out, it's more, as you all, I'm sure, supportive of, it's more important to do it right than to try to rush along. So we're gonna move quickly but diligently and appropriately to get it addressed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any final questions? All right, thank you again, Ben. We appreciate you taking the time to give us that report.
No problem. Thank you. Take care.
All right, we'll move on to item 21, which is the sexual harassment update. Hannah, you going to do that for us?
Yes, thank you. We're going to sort of morph this into two things just with the updates that have happened. And we're going to look at the social media postings and talking about sexual harassment and how we can better be prepared, train, and support our students and staff, but also taking that into a bigger issue under the social justice umbrella. So I have a few tidbits that I want to share and some information just to sort of show where we're headed. And then I'm very lucky to have Mr. Riley Saxon and Miss Marta Borgelli to share with us what they've been working on for this summer as well. They're going to be doing a social justice training for teachers within our Canvas world that we're learning. And it was a focus of ours from the very beginning of the summer of what we can do to support students within the course curriculum, but also support our teachers. So first, I just wanted to start with one element that we can do right away in looking at the testimonials and the information that was put forth in the letters that we've seen and posted online. I think a clear concern is that students don't always feel comfortable coming forward with, especially if dealing with sexual harassment or sexual assault or abuse. And oftentimes having an anonymous way to be able to start an investigation is helpful for that student. We have been using a program called WeTip, but we haven't necessarily used it for this realm. So I'm partnering with Marianne so that we can look to either using WeTip or moving over to Text to Tip, which is another source that a lot of schools use. And this would give students and families an ability to do anonymous tips, and it would go straight to the administration of the site, and they would be able to report sexual harassment that they may have witnessed, concerns about a fellow student, bullying, anything that we don't want to see on our campuses. And I've worked on previous campuses where this was very successful, and you'd be surprised how many students take it seriously, and it's not used for any other means other than to get to the root of a problem. And sometimes there is no problem, but at least we get the information so that we can investigate it before it becomes a problem. So I did also reach out to some of the students that posted on the social media sites. I had not heard back from them. I understand that it might not be comfortable, but I wanted to get more information and feedback on what occurred and how their information on how we could have helped them and supported them better, and some ideas that they had to solve the problem, specifically looking student to student, because it's very difficult for teachers and staff to always know what's going on between students. You know, in a classroom, we're focused on learning and you can see a little interaction that way, but we don't always know what's going on after school or during the weekends at certain gatherings. And so being able to support our students in a whole world kind of aspect, we want to be able to gather more information and be supportive in that way. We did implement this year for the first time in many, many years, from what I understand, the California Healthy Kids Survey. Unfortunately, as we were implementing it, COVID hit. So we did get all the sites to give it except for 2. The high school did give it. So in the next board meeting, I'd like to present on those findings. I haven't had a chance to share that with staff or administration, but a few things that I'm noticing, you know, our numbers could be higher. And I think it's a great way to have a base, and we can look to see what students are feeling and thinking, and we can use that to grow and self-reflect as a staff and as a district. I did find, in the high school setting, it's 9th and 11th graders who take the survey. And again, it's the first time in, I think, over 10 years where we've given the survey. So we're only getting about 900 students surveyed. We had over 85% of the students respond with survey answers. looking specifically at a comment about feeling that sexual jokes, comments, or gesturing had occurred in their presence or toward them, 80% said 0 times that had happened. And while that sounds like a strong number, we still have to look, that's maybe almost 200 students that were not able to say that. So they're either feeling that from adults or other students. And so we want to make sure that we are training and addressing all of that on our campuses. We have started over the last couple of years, as I've mentioned many times, about PBIS training starting at the elementary level and moving it into Oak this year. Oak started for the first year. And part of that training, our teams do go through an implicit bias training. And the goal is to bring that implicit, it's sort of a trainer of trainers. The team gets trained and then they bring it back to their sites. That was happening for this spring and then shut down. So we are looking to incorporate that implicit bias training for all of our staff members. And I know that Riley and Marta will talk about that as well in some different ways. And then lastly, as I mentioned, this Canvas training that we're putting forward, it really is a focus on social justice, the standards, and how we can incorporate that into our learning. Canvas is our mechanism, but it's not our content. And so we really want to take a different focus as we move forward and make sure that all of our students and staff feel supported and understand and think about the different lenses and see things from the student's perspective, from a parent's perspective. As Dr. Makovich mentioned regarding Title IX and new guidelines coming out, we will be doing training in August of our site leadership because several things have changed with Title IX, specifically as a sexual harassment claim is made, the investigation has changed a little bit. In the past, maybe an assistant principal or a principal would investigate and hand out a punishment as a result or not. And now those have to be 2 different people. So that sort of brings a balance to it. And also a big change, and this has been a very difficult element for administrators on campuses. And as people often will say that we're not doing anything to address it, part of the problem is with FERPA protecting students' rights. We're not always allowed to say what was handed out. For example, if a victim, did experience something happened from another student, and we addressed that student and maybe suspended the student, or maybe did some counseling with the student and worked with the parents. We're not allowed. In the past, we have not been allowed to share that with the victim. Now, with these new guidelines under Title IX, we actually are required to tell the student that it has been addressed and how it was addressed. Still, FERPA falls in play that we can only talk about that incident with that student. So we have to be very careful. And so our site administrators will get training on that regarding the new Title IX and how we will handle that. And then we'll roll that out to staff as well. The other really important element of the new Title IX add-ons has been that it's almost becoming, and it really should be, like as we do with child abuse as a mandated reporter, any school employee who notices any sort of sexual harassment, be it student to student, adult to student, must report it. And they don't have to wait for the student to come forward with it or the parent to complain, to talk about it. If a staff member sees it or is nervous about it in any way, has any suggestion that it could have happened or is happening, they must address it and they must report it. So I'm hoping that as we implement these, as we move forward, we will be able to support our students and really focus on giving them a safe environment where they feel welcomed and they feel safe no matter where they go on campus or who they deal with. And then also be able to focus on healthy and happy relationships among students and be able to incorporate that. We talk about that a lot in our health classes, which our 9th graders, often it's 9th grade, will take, but we want to make sure when students aren't taking that class, we're still able to implement that topic and be able to bring it into our curriculum. So with that, I wanted to go ahead and turn it over to Riley Saxon, who is our social studies department chair at the high school, and then also Marta Borgelli, who is at Oak and in our English department. And I know she's also, I think Riley and Marta both are coaches or advisors of our extracurricular. And I wanted to point out what an important element that is, because that's often where we get to reach the kids at a very different level. It's not just instructing in the classroom, but you're getting to coach and help those kids and support them in making healthy and good choices. So I'm so happy that they were able to join us tonight.
All right, so I got a little bit of a slideshow here. It's not a YouTube video, don't worry. Okay, so can we all see it? Are we good? Oh, no, we can't. All right, we good to go? Everyone can see it? All right. Okay, so as an alum of TCUSD, I take a lot of pride in my city and my community. As a teacher and a member of the ITPC, I've seen the inner workings of the process, and I'm really confident that this year is going to be filled with a lot of growth and by all entities of TCUSD in the realm of social justice. We have heard the voices of our current and past students, and change will come. It would be great if we could snap our fingers and everything be perfect, but true change takes time and hard work. The process has already begun, and I know our excuse me, I know our students, parents, alums, and all stakeholders will truly be proud as we create an equitable environment for all our students. And hang on, because my son just took my AirPods, so he's probably talking to it. Let's switch the speaker. Okay. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay. So with that, racists aren't born, they are taught. In the same way we can teach the importance of social justice and show that we value equity through our actions. The process begins with identifying the areas of need and approaching those areas directly. At times it may be uncomfortable, but the journey will be one that truly impacts and changes people. The students who organized together and stepped up to call out the injustices they saw in the district should be the examples for us as a district. It took courage to stand up for themselves and others, and we should honor them by we should honor their voice by commending them and truly listening to them. And that obviously involves reacting to what they're saying. A successful social justice transformation, however, starts at the top. As a district, we can look at our hiring practices and policies to ensure that we are putting people and rules in place that offer true equity to all our students. It is clear that being stagnant, keeping the status quo, or simply just not being part of the problem is not good enough. Not being racist is not enough. We need to be staunchly anti-racist. We need to be proactive in our decisions top to bottom and redefine norms and lessons in order to create an environment that not just promotes social justice and equity, but guarantees it. Additionally, training offerings that focus on implicit and explicit bias need to be offered in order to educate teachers, staff, and students and eradicate our archaic systems and ways of thinking. As part of the ITPC's plan for preparing for distance learning, we will hold a training on August 13th for teachers on where to find and how to use a variety of social justice resources in Canvas and the classroom. This, however, should only be the jumping off point. So I'm going to talk about my class for a little bit because with the importance of starting our transformation at the top, teachers can still be a catalyst for change. In my US history classes, I go through a social justice series and we examine the social justice issues from the past and kind of analyze their results. So the activities are independent of any chapter work, so they're their own separate entity. And it really encourages students to form a portfolio of the history of social injustice in America. As I've been re-examining the series in light of recent events, however, I know that now it's lacking. Simply investigating past injustices and scrutinizing their results is not enough. Real connections need to be made to the present so real change can occur. As I prepare to distance teach and create my Canvas classes, reworking my social justice series to have more impact, including using it in all my classes, not just US history, is at the forefront of my goals. There are numerous resources available for assistance in developing a social justice curriculum, but it's important to ensure that this curriculum will truly be taught or will truly be brought to life and enact change in thought and action. Our August training will go into more detail about these resources and how to incorporate them in the class, but here's a preview of some of the material that teachers will be using in their classes at the start of the school year. So to start, UCLA has some great resources on implicit bias, as these can serve as a starting point for examining our own implicit bias. And so we've already kind of done that with some of the trainings and surveys that we've been offering, but that's kind of a more in-depth look at that implicit bias. Wide Open School has a plethora of resources for a variety of subjects that include lesson plans and curriculum designed to restore communities. Their words, restore communities. The resources are designed to be accessible by all students and families regardless of access to the internet, and includes material from several sources, including Teaching Tolerance and Facing History and Ourselves. Rethinking Schools is an advocacy group, or is an advocacy organization that publishes a magazine focused on, their words, strengthening public education through social justice and education and activism. Their website also contains resources that are focused on equity and racial justice. And with that, their Zen Education Project has a variety of teaching materials for teaching people's history. With that, though, there's going to be a variety of articles and videos and podcasts that we share with the members. Again, this is, as a social justice training team, we really know that this is just a starting point for our teachers as we work to improve and educate. And our goal for the training is to provide resources for teachers to get them started and to strengthen their social justice work in their classrooms. We will push for future trainings, including those from outside entities during the school year, as we work to better ourselves, the schools, and community. And that's all I have. Thank you for bearing with after safe.
And then I believe Marta was going to share a few ideas about what they're planning at Oak.
Way to make me look bad. I don't have a presentation. I'm sorry.
Oh, here, you want me to keep mine up here? I'll put up, this is what Wide Open School has. So we'll just leave that up and you can kind of still talk. So it looks like you did.
It makes me look so good.
There you go.
I just wanted to bring up some of the things that Oak Avenue has been doing. In the past few years, we've been incorporating a great deal of social justice education for our students, both in terms of cultural awareness and in terms of just sexual harassment and understanding oneself. We've also been doing a lot of talking about what healthy relationships are. So just to bring some awareness to that, in our history classes, we cover world religions with an emphasis on understanding various cultures, heritages, and backgrounds. We aim to seek and celebrate differences. Students learn about racism that's occurred through historical contexts, but as Riley said, we need to move forward and present students with ways to look at it in relation to what's happening now and look forward to what we can do about it. We have been doing a lot of group work and individual projects just to better understand our own culture so that through the lens of understanding our own culture, we can look to understand other people's cultures. Through our English classes, we've been discussing social justice in class by reading things like The Outsiders, understanding racial inequity through Roll of Justice, Hear My Cry, understanding anti-Semitism through The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, but we recognize that that's not enough. Recently, we've adopted Study Sync, which is a new textbook that provides a great deal of resources and materials from varied authors, varied backgrounds, and it provides students with a different perspective that is more current and also just represents students where they are so that they can see themselves in the literature that they're reading. We are adopting books into our classrooms from varied authors. We're also reading different short stories and just seeing what the world has to offer for us. We look toward people like Malala, Greta Thunberg, and various other young role models who are seeking to make change, who are using their voice. And we're teaching students that it is their voice. They are the ones that can use it, speak up for themselves. And we're continuing to use that. Even our math and science teachers are joining in, and our science teachers are teaching about sexual education, what it means, gender identity, acceptance, consent. Our math teachers are talking about how numbers play into things, how the power of mathematics and understanding analytics, especially when looking at the use of statistics and media right now. The hope is to equip students to play a more active role in their communities. And then even our ASB is teaching leadership and character. As we move forward, we're looking to help students better understand how their character and everything that they do comes together to create the city that we live in, because we all want this city to be great. And I can just say, just for Riley and I know that we have moved forward in just making even the cheer to football relationships a lot stronger, teaching the girls that, you know, we used to have this longstanding tradition where the girls would buy the boys presents before every football game. And we realized that it was sexist and it wasn't really working. So we cut it out and we taught them different things and different ways to encourage each other without a principle or a practice that really didn't work anymore. So we're constantly reinventing ourselves, trying to do what's best for our students. And with the acronym that Riley keeps saying that I can't ever remember, ITPC, we are moving forward to help branch this out to all of the teachers in Temple City. And we know that they're welcome for the change because we know that everybody in Temple City wants what's best for our kids. That's all.
Thank you so much, you guys. So with that, I just wanted to bring this forward. As I said, it's the tip of the iceberg. It's where we're started. The change is occurring and we are moving in that direction. It doesn't happen overnight, but with the use of data, as we continue to do the California Healthy Kids, we'll do that each year. Hopefully this year we'll be able to do it even with whatever setting we're in, and be able to use that data to really measure our growth. So we're looking forward to really working together to bring the very best environment for all of our students.
So this is Melissa.
Board members have questions?
Yes, it's Melissa. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just kind of going through kind of a checklist of some of the things from the open letter, and I just wanted to ask a couple questions. I know that staff has like an annual anti-harassment and anti-discrimination training that happens. Do they sign or submit some type of acknowledgement related to that already?
Yes, it's done electronically, and Dr. Makovich could probably talk about it, but I know that I think we have a given deadline. I want to say it's going to be October 1st, I think. And it's done, and so she's able to track as we all do it. It shows by our name that we've completed it, and then I know as we get closer to the deadline, those emails start coming out if you haven't completed it, so we can make sure that everybody has completed it.
Board members get to do that too.
That's true.
Yes, yes.
Melissa, it's Monica. That message those notifications will come out in the next couple of weeks with the links and everything, and with the explanation of our responsibilities to not only do sexual harassment, but the mandated reporter. And then again, as Hannah said, the Title IX training for admin that will come out in August.
Okay, and I'll just acknowledge that I was glad. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to change my headphone, but I'm glad to see that we've got some updates to the sexual harassment and anti-discrimination policies on the agenda, so that's good. I wanna understand this cultural sensitivity training that's talked about in the open letter. Like what have we started any efforts specific to that?
You wanna talk about that?
So hold on, let me mute. We have to coordinate our mic situation, but we're 6 feet apart, which is good. So according to cultural sensitivity, we really started shortly after I arrived in Temple City with an all staff training on just awareness of others, and it was called Shred Hate. And it really became a focus on how we are all alike instead of how we are all different, and making sure that we learn to accept those gifts and those unique characteristics of the other people around us, whether it's our staff or whether it's the students that we serve or whether it's the people in the community where we live. And so we really started that mission and that work, and we wanted to make sure that staff had that baseline understanding. Now that there is phases to that, we need to continue that work, I think, with implicit bias training, the work with PBIS at the county, where teams of individuals have got training and then brought that training back for their fellow employees at their own school sites, so that we can continue that effort moving forward. And then with regard to just awareness of others, just the impact of words and the impact that the things that we say and do that has impact on other individuals. So we did bring a speaker in at the kickoff of last school year to just bring awareness of some of the impact that can happen to other people. We aren't aware of the traumas that have happened in their lives. We aren't aware of the situations that they go through or they live with. We aren't aware of the environmental considerations that they have to take into account, or their family situations that have to take into account that really shape their lives. And when we say things or do things that seem relatively innocuous to us, they may have great impact on other people. And so we actually launched that into that awareness training for them, and that some of these things can actually lead individuals to depression or to anxiety or to fears and even suicide ideation. And so I know that those are difficult topics to talk about. They're difficult topics to address as staff, but we really need to understand that our words and actions have bigger impacts we're not even aware of in the lives of other people. And so stringing these trainings together, we don't have a lot of professional development days to work with, but we really want to maximize the professional development days that we do have, and then continue that training with our staff throughout the course of this year. So I am looking forward to the work that Hannah Getty has put together in conjunction with a lot of different staff members around our district, and with Riley and Marta. I just want to thank you both for being here this evening and just sharing what we do and sharing the good things that are happening. Nothing is going to be perfect and complete to solve problems. Nothing is going to be perfect and complete to erase some of the things that have happened in the past. But hearing stories, understanding the impact that has happened to students, we can then, as a team of educators with our union leaders and our staff members and our classified support staff, and really come up with plans to support the whole child and to support what they need moving forward. So we have done some of those larger scale trainings, but more are to come in the years that will follow. And definitely we have some slated for this year as well. So even though we're in a COVID situation, we're going to make it happen anyway. So I appreciate the two of you piloting and pioneering the Canvas model to actually deliver professional development. So thank you both.
Are there more questions?
Yes, I have a question. Before he got unelected, Tiet mentioned this very same problem of having the students, the majority of the students being able to see their own person teaching the class. And so I think we've raised the issue once a long time ago when Tiet was on the board. He made a statement in the board minutes about this. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Marta, Riley, Hannah. That was an excellent report. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next item is item 22. It's a review Williams complaints quarterly summary for April 1st through June 30th, 2020. And I believe this is Hannah again.
I don't have.
Oh, the Williams. There are currently none at this time.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Moving on to our discussion action items agenda. Item 23, adopt resolution 2021-01, revised annual certification of signatures, verifies signatures of governing board members, and authorizes Monica Makovich, Hannah Getty, Kimberly Fricker, and Marianne Sorrell to sign warrants, contracts, orders for payment, notices of employment, and related documents as approved by the Board of Education. Does anybody need an explanation of this? Okay,
No,
would
but
someone like to make a motion?
I'll
Did I
motion.
hear something?
I was just going to ask
A
how
motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Matt, go ahead.
we all need to sign this. So I guess it'll be available in the district office for us to come by or something.
Yeah, I'm sure that somebody will call us and make arrangements. Okay, so we have a motion by member Espinosa, a second.
Smith?
Second by member Smith.
Yes.
Okay. We'll do a roll call vote. I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
And member Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0. Item 24 is adopt resolution 2021-02, reauthorizing all necessary action to prepare for and respond effectively to the novel coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, reaffirming superintendent authorization to take any and all necessary actions to prepare for and respond effectively to the novel coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, and authorizing continuation of distance learning for the start of the 2020-2021 school year. Dr. Fricker, do you want to give us a little explanation? It's kind of self-explanatory, but.
I sure do. So going into the end of the school year, obviously we know that we went into closure and we did need an order from the Board of Education to do so. Other districts have wanted to, in conjunction with Temple City, have wanted to move toward a digital start, an online start at the beginning of the school year, especially as we saw the escalation of cases in our county increasing, and we didn't want to put our students and our staff in harm's way. I just want to clarify for everyone that an order of a board or an order of a superintendent cannot officially request or require an online virtual start. There's education code statutes that require a certain amount of in-class or in-person instruction to occur. So that education code is 43504 and 43503. The only way that the board can take action to have an official virtual start is if the governor and or the health department put out a decree that allows us to do that. And so the superintendents of LA County united and requested from the Department of Public Health, the county superintendent, and of the State Department of Education to issue such a decree, as our numbers in LA County were climbing and we did not feel comfortable going into either a hybrid start or a full open start. So after last Friday, the governor did issue that decree that allows the board now to take action and allow us to go to a full virtual start at the beginning of this week. So this is really the request that the resolution that's on the table tonight for the board to take consideration of and hopefully action of, and that will allow Temple City to open up school in a virtual environment until we feel it is a safe and until the governor's orders relieve us of the health scare, and that it is safe for us to go to that hybrid start and then back to a full start. So we will phase back in from a completely online start, and that is the ask on the table tonight. Donna, you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
I'll motion.
Motion by member Espinosa, second.
Let's second.
Second by member Smith. Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments?
Yes, I have some questions. And this is mainly for my constituents. And, you know, I want to start off by thanking Dr. Fricker for your leadership, especially in these uncertain times. I'm going to just read out these lists of questions that I've been compiling for my constituents. And how will instructions at the high school be delivered? Are the students and teachers required to log on each day? Will synchronous instruction be given daily? How will Chem Lab be handled to meet A through G requirements? Will the lectures be recorded so students can access again if she misses class? I know, you mentioned the task force, they're working hard on this as well. So maybe at a future board meeting, we could have some updates and answers to these questions.
We sure will provide a full update with detailed accounting like we did at the board meeting before when we thought that we were going to go into that hybrid start. We will outline many of the details and answer some of these questions. I know many of us have questions. I do have to say I appreciate everyone's patience as we go through the transition to opening school. I think that it's been an ever-changing slope of different decisions on different days and different guidance from the State Department, from the governor's office, and from the Department of Health as we've moved towards the opening of school and as the cases have fluctuated and the severity of the virus spread has fluctuated. So I do appreciate everyone's patience. We are working diligently, literally around the clock, night and day, weekend, to solve some of these issues. There is a task force that meets and we talk about all of these kind of questions that come up and how we are going to traverse them and how we're going to find resolution to them. So in some cases, we're looking at different software to have virtual labs have virtual labs at the intermediate school and the high school so that students can have access to the full battery of curriculum. In some situations, we are, a group of us are talking about just the curriculum in terms of consumable materials and or art supplies and or science supplies that need to be delivered to students and how that will be taken care of so that they can access the curriculum and actually do the instructional components that are needed to complete or meet those standard requirements. At the high school, we are looking at Right now, we're looking at just finalizing the schedule of the day and making sure that it's conducive to the learning process, that it actually maximizes the amount of time with teachers, but it also minimizes the amount on students' plates so that they can focus on the topics and the assignments and the assessments that they have to complete. In doing so, we're looking at that synchronous and asynchronous instruction and seeing what that looks like at all levels, either at the elementary, the intermediate, and at the high school level. And then we are looking at different systems that will create security for assessments. So when students log on to take the assessments, that there are systems in place, there are mechanisms in place that the staff feels very comfortable that the student is taking those assessments and that they are reaching the caliber with which and the safety with which, the security with which students need to take those assessments and feel that their work is being recorded for the teacher to grade. So we are currently buttoning down all of those components. And yes, we are, we've sent out previous survey to parents. We I know that our unions are working on sending out, surveys to their own staff members. They have all given that feedback to us, and that has guided this task force in making sure that we put together a comprehensive program in the fall. As you know, that we've already started our training on Canvas, which is the learning management system, the platform where all of the curriculum and instructional components will reside, so that parents will have a one-stop shop of going to and kind of aiding and assisting their student in getting their work completed and the instructional components completed on a daily schedule. So many of those things will be put in place. We will determine as a board if we need a special board meeting to go through the details like we did last time, or if we can do it at a regular scheduled meeting. And so I'll be working with Donna Georgino to schedule that, and along with Marie, and that more of that information will be forthcoming. So once the board takes actions and decides that we can go to a virtual start, then all of that will be finalized.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anna, you're muted.
I was muted. I'm sorry, any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and take a vote then. Member Nolenberg?
He's muted.
Yes.
Okay, Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so the motion carries 5-0. Item 25 is to receive board policies for first reading. We have several, I won't read all the numbers, but non-discrimination in employment, sexual harassment, professional standards, dress and grooming, maintaining appropriate adult-student interactions, dress and grooming, non-discrimination harassment, and sexual harassment. And would someone like to give us an overview?
Donna, I will give the overview on the personnel office ones, and then I will turn it over to Hannah for the two student ones. So basically our board policies, these are not new policies, but they are updated with CSBA new language that has the right educational codes and whatever else that needed to be updated in terms of legal language. But the first one in non-discrimination in employment, it basically, following the board policy and accompanying administrative regulations are mandated pursuant to the government code 11138 and section 2 CCR 11023. The California Employment and Housing Act prohibits districts and district employees from harassing or discriminating against employees and job applicants on the basis of actual or perceived race, color, ancestry, national origin, age, religious creed, marital status, pregnancy, physical or mental disability, medical conditions, genetic information, military and veteran status, sex, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, or gender expression, pursuant to Government Code 12940. These protections also apply to employees, job applicants, persons who serve in an unpaid internship or any other limited duration program to gain unpaid work experience, volunteers, or independent contractors. So that's the first one. Any questions on that one before I go to the next one?
I did read this one, and the only thing I thought that I did not see it in the policy was something around interim measures. So when someone reports discrimination in employment, there's some requirements, I believe, around if a person reporting a complainant requires some kind of interim measure to stop the alleged harassment while an investigation is taking place. The employer, yeah. So I didn't see that language in there, so I just thought I'd mention it.
It's a separate board policy, Melissa. I can go over if we have time, but any complaints, it's a separate one that just basically outlines who you report to, what you need to report, and what are procedural, legal procedural things that we have to follow, like number of days we have to report in terms of. So we do have that. That is in a separate board policy, which I can go over after. So Donna, do you want me just to proceed and then I can circle back after
Yeah,
that?
could you please, we only have 30 minutes left and we have quite a bit of the agenda left to go, but I do want to make sure that we get all the information we need on these.
Okay, so the next one is the board policy on sexual harassment, continued 4119.11, 4219.11, and 4319.11. It basically, it's our sexual harassment policy as related to staff and students. It defines what sexual harassment is and the different types. If you take a look at it updates language on that the district is liable for sexual harassment committed by a supervisor, coworker, or a third party. So it's basically the definitions of sexual harassment and what quid pro quo and hostile work environment, and then what it means for students. Then we have the next board policy on professional standards, which is 4119.21. So it is the governing board expects district employees to maintain the highest ethical standards, behave professionally, follow district policies and regulations, and abide by state and federal laws, and exercise good judgment when interacting with students and other members of the school communities. Again, this is just updated language change for CSBA, just that we act with integrity, that we advance the goals of the district's educational programs and contribute to a positive school climate. The next one is dress and grooming, which is 4119.22. Basically, the governing board believes that the appropriate dress and grooming by district employees contributes to a productive learning environment and models positive behavior. Again, adopting CSBA language during school hours and at school activities, maintain professional standards of dress and grooming that demonstrate their high regard for education, present an image consistent with their job responsibilities and assignment, and do not endanger the health or safety of employees or students. And then obviously with custodians and facilities and operations, there may be modifications because of their job. The next one is 4119.24, 4219.24, and 4319.24. And that's maintaining appropriate adult-student interactions. Employees are prohibited from entering into or attempting to form a romantic or sexual relationship with any student or engaging in sexual harassment of a student, including sexual advances, flirtations, requests for sexual favors, inappropriate comments about a student's body or appearance, and other verbal, visual, or physical contact of a sexual nature. Dress and grooming, there is another board policy 4219.22. It's pretty much reflective of the same one as before. Just positive image, health and safety of employees or students. It just updates on correct education code, correct government code, and court decisions that reflect the policy. So I think that pretty much covers my end. Hannah, do you want to take over the 2 student ones, or do you want me to finish?
If you can go ahead and finish.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Which are the student ones?
The 5-5. Don't worry, I'm on it. Almost there. Okay, non-discrimination harassment is 5145. The governing board desires to provide a safe environment that allows all students equal access to and opportunities in the district's academic, extracurricular, and other educational support programs, services, and activities. The board prohibits at any district, school, or school activity unlawful discrimination. And here's the new language, including discriminatory harassment, intimidation, and bullying targeted at any student by anyone based on the student's actual or perceived race, color, ancestry, nationality, national origin, immigration status, ethnic group identification, ethnicity, age, religion, marital status, pregnancy, parental status, physical or mental disability, medical condition, sex, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, gender expression, or genetic information, or association with a person or group with one or more of these actual perceived characteristics. So it parallels the one on staff. That is just for students. And just one more, and then I will be done. Again, for students, board policy 5145.7, again, safe school environment that is free from harassment and discrimination. The board prohibits at any school or school-sponsored function or school-related activities sexual harassment targeted at anyone at any student by anyone. The board also prohibits retaliatory behavior or actions against any person who reports, files a complaint, or testifies about or otherwise supports a complainant in alleging sexual harassment. Melissa, this helps answer part of your question. The district strongly encourages any student feels that he or she is being or has been sexually harassed on school grounds or in at school-sponsored or school-related activity by another student or adult, or who has experienced off-campus sexual harassment that has a continual effect on campus, to immediately contact his or her teacher, the principal, or any available school employee. Any employee who receives a report or observes an incident of sexual harassment shall notify the principal or the district compliance officer. Once notified, the principal or compliance officer shall take the steps to investigate and address the allegation as specified in the accompanying administrative regulation. I know I went through that super fast. We can go over next time how to report and what the steps are and what are steps that we have to take on our side, if you so wish, Donna, and if we have time next time.
Okay,
I know.
well, first let's get a motion in a second, and then we can see if there are any questions.
Okay.
Someone like to make a motion?
I'll motion.
Okay, motion by member Espinosa. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I think Mike, did you second?
No, it was.
Sorry, I didn't. No. It was Matt? Okay. All right.
I second that.
Oh.
Smith.
So I did have some comments. Are we ready for that?
Go ahead, Melissa.
Okay, so I already said the comment about the first one. What I found interesting is the last 2 policies that pertain to students were comprehensive and had every aspect that you would want in a sexual harassment policy and a non-discrimination policy. But like the second bullet point for employees, 4119.11, 4219.11, and 4319.11, that particular the policy reads that I conducted looked like there was no non-retaliation statement in that policy, and there was no definition around how an employee would report sexual harassment on the job. So those are just things that I think, they might be somewhere else, they might be in another policy, but I just find it interesting that that wasn't in those policies.
Melissa, it is under
Yes.
the non-discrimination in employment on the third page middle, but we also have a separate board policy in AR that I can send you. But it's
Right. So I hear what you're saying, because I didn't note that under the non-discrimination of employment policy that was missing, but in the sexual harassment policy, it is missing for employees.
You know,
So are you, I'm sorry, Matt.
if I could just tag on to that, because I guess I'll give you and Hannah a call. I noticed some inconsistencies in the language on the different policies where originally it was the same and it's been changed in one, not the other. And then some kind of vague words too. So I just want to tag on to what Melissa's saying, and I guess I'll give you guys a call just to share my thoughts rather than go through everything now.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make those notations and we can take it offline.
Okay.
Just, can you
And
send
keep
the,
in mind, this is just the first reading,
send the
so
comments
we
to
haven't.
Monica, and Monica will bring them to the group to make alteration before the second read?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Can you send the comment to Monica? And then we will make the alteration and we'll present that at the second read.
Okay, sounds good.
Are there any more questions or comments? All right, we'll take a vote. Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Member Lynn,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg, Member Nolenberg,
Yeah. Yes.
okay.
Yes. Yes.
Our motion carries 5-0. Next is business services, item 26A, approve opening a public hearing to discuss approving to update statutory school facility fees imposed on new residential and commercial / industrial construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. So this is just to open the public hearing. Can I get a motion and a second?
Smith?
Motion by member Smith, second.
Second by Lynn.
Second by member Lynn. Okay, roll call vote. Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Make the motion.
member Lynn,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg,
He's muted. You're muted, Ken.
member Nolenberg. See if he's, did we lose him?
He's unmuted now.
Yes.
Okay, yes, okay. And member Smith.
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wanted to make anybody in the public that
Yeah.
wants to make a comment?
Yeah.
Okay, would someone like to, oh, I'm sorry, that was at 9:41.
Yes, I'm voting yes on 26A.
Yes, we got that. Okay, would someone like to make a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Motion by member Espinosa. I'm sorry, was that you, Mike?
Motion by Espinosa.
Okay, and second by member Lynn. Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Member Lynn,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg, member Nolenberg,
Yes.
member Smith,
Yes.
and member Espinosa.
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing is closed at 9:42. Okay, item 26 is 26C is approving to update statutory school facility fees imposed on new residential and commercial and / industrial construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. And I believe Marianne is going to take it from here.
Yes, earlier this year, the district contracted with Cooperative Strategies to do a study for us, a developer fee justification study. Traditionally, this has been done every 2 years, as we are allowed by the state to increase developer fees every 2 years. And David Lopez will be joining us to give you a presentation on the study that was done. David, are you there?
I am. Good evening, members of the governing board and district staff and members of the public. My name is David Lopez. I'm with Cooperative Strategies, and we are a demographic, financial advisory and facilities planning firm that assists public school districts nationwide. We've been working with the school district for, I think, over a decade now, a variety of demographic services. And tonight I'm here to tell you about developer fees. Every 2 years when your district adopts this, it's tough to remember what this is. So I just wanted to give you a brief overview. And I think I can share a screen here with you and just cover this with you briefly. You all see this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll be brief but concise. And if you guys have any questions, you can either wait till the end or you can just interrupt me. And you know, we've been through a lot tonight, and I want to make this easy to digest. So just to give you an overview of what these are, we're going to cover overview level 1 and then commercial industrial fees, and then what's the next step. What are developer fees? The last 33 years in California, school districts have been authorized by law to be able to charge fees when new development happens within your boundaries, either residential or commercial, typically from a homeowner or a developer. And these are also called school fees or level 1 fees, impact fees. And they're paid at the time that somebody wants to get a building permit and they have to go to the school district to get called a certificate of compliance first. Who collects these? This type of school district in California, a public school district, collects these. If you're a unified school district, you can collect the full amount. If you're a high school district or an elementary district that feeds into it, you have to split the overall fee amount. And then how are they collected? I touched on this. What typically happens, somebody builds within your community, within your district boundaries. They not only have to pay typically sewer and water and city fees and park fees, abatement, fire fees, but they also pay impact fee to the school district. So you get a receipt from the school district showing they paid, and then they'd go to the city or county that issues a permit. And that's how these how fees are collected. They go to Fund 25 at the school district, and they're a source of, oftentimes they're the only source of facilities funding you have, unless the school district can pass a general obligation bond or somehow state funding kicks in and amounts higher than they are today. Qualifications, any district can do this. It's just that you can do it as soon as every 2 years. You have to perform a study that shows there's a nexus between the impact of what's happening and need for new school facilities. Report is called a fee study, developer fee justification study. Again, as I mentioned, it covers residential and commercial development occurring within your boundaries. In January of this year, it's always even number years. Every 2 years, the state allocation board increased the per pupil amounts and also looks at construction cost indexes, and they come up with a new amount that is the maximum you can charge. And this year, maximum a unified district can charge is $4.08 a square foot or 66 cents a square foot on commercial property. And that's why you see every 2 years districts across the state scrambling to try to update their fees if they can, because they want to be able to collect what they can at a time that a new home is built within the boundaries. Some ideas of recommended uses of the fees, just to let you know what they're used for typically. Classrooms, interim housing, playgrounds, performing arts, restrooms, the expense of the studies, and administrative and central support. What's more questionable is modernization type things. If there's any question, we tell district to consult with district council to get clarity. And then things that aren't typically included. You can expend these fees on our deferred maintenance, asbestos abatement, and just everyday routine maintenance. And then just to give you an idea, for the last 6 years, the fee amount is adopted by the state allocation board goes up. It has been traditionally much longer than this, but for your district, it's gone from $348 to $379 a square foot to what is in front of you tonight, $4.08 a square foot that can be levied on new property. For commercial property, it's 66 cents a square foot. These are the maximum rates. And again, the reason you do this every 2 years, not only is to try to collect the most you can at a time that property is developing in your district, also because to be fair to the developer community, to be fair to members of the public, and to be fair to the school district, study needs to take into account the most updated and most current assumptions that a school district has operated on, whether it's capacity, whether it's the source of costs, or any such information, so that you're using the most updated information possible while you're looking outward to development from regional planning sources that are discussing what be developed in the school district in your case over the next 15 years. And how it's calculated, this is a really easy way to consume what is in the report. First, you identify what's going to be developed at build out in the district, and we use what's called the Southern California Association of Governments. They estimated that 574 future residential units could be built in the future, and then we calculate by matching the assessor roll to students actually are attending your school. We calculate the student generation rates, or the number of students coming out of the households. We identify the needs with the district of future facilities, in this case, 2 middle school classrooms and 4 high school classrooms. And we calculate the cost of such additional teaching stations, and that gives you residential fee amount. So as you can see in the far right column, the impact of new residential development is actually exceeds the maximum amount you can collect. So you default to the 408 a square foot for residential development, even though your true impact is higher. On the commercial side, it's very much like the residential, but it's less impactful in the sense that there's an indirect and a direct impact. An indirect impact would be, well, new commercial property generates new housing and there's new job creation. And so it has a lesser impact than new residential development. There is a direct impact in that students, kids of employees who are working in offices and retail stores oftentimes want to have inter-district transfers because they want to be where their parents are, they're taking them to work. So that's a direct impact, whereas the indirect impact is not such like residential, but there still is an impact, and that's why the fee is reduced. And give you an idea of that, all the categories of commercial industrial development, your district qualifies to charge 66 cents a square foot if you decide to adopt the resolution before you. For all categories except self-storage, which often is less because there's just a lot of square footage and not so many employees. This would allow you to collect the maximum allowed by statute here, commercial, industrial, and residential development. Lastly, to give you an idea of the timeline, there were notices of public hearings posted by staff prior to this. There's a public meeting today at the board. It was open and closed. And then tomorrow, if you vote to adopt this resolution, we'll assist staff with sending notices to public agencies, letting them know that your fee has increased. And then 60 days from tonight, the district will be able to charge the new level 1 fees that are justified by this study. I know that was a lot, but was there any questions?
Okay, how about if we get a motion and a second, and then we can see if there are any questions?
I'll make
Would someone like to make
a
a motion?
and then we accept.
Motion by member Nolenberg, second.
I'll make a motion.
By member Smith. Okay, are there any questions or comments? Okay, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Member Nolenberg,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Member Lynn,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay, all right, motion carries 5-0. All right, it is 9:53, and we still have quite a bit of the agenda to do. Would someone like to make a motion to extend the meeting?
I would
I'll
like to,
motion. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mike.
I'll make the motion to extend the meeting 1 hour.
I'll
Okay,
second.
motion by Member Lynn. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Member Espinosa. Any questions or comments? Okay, we'll
Thank you,
take a
everyone.
roll call vote.
Have a terrific evening.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. We appreciate it.
Welcome. Thank you.
Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Member Lynn,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg, Member Nolenberg,
Yes.
okay. All right, item 27 is adopt resolution. Okay, thank you. Adopt resolution 2020-03, adjusting developer fee payment schedule. And Marianne, do you need to tell us anything about this?
No, this would just be based on the information that Mr. Lopez just shared and the state approved change in fees.
Okay. All right, can I get a motion and a second, please?
Smith, move to approve.
Motion by Member Smith, second. Second by Member Lynn. Is there any questions or comments? Okay, Member Nolenberg,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Member Lynn,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right, on to item 28, which is to receive board policies for second reading and approve. We have 5 of them. Equity, employment references, and positive school climate. And Monica, would you like to give us a little overview of these?
Yes, these are the second reading for these. We did the first reading last time, so let me go through them very quickly. So the first one, the equity, is if you guys remember, it's believes that the governing board believes that the diversity that exists among the district's community of students, staff, parents, and guardians and community members is integral to the district's vision, mission, and goals. Addressing the needs of the most marginal learners requires recognition of the inherent value of diversity and acknowledgement that educational excellence requires a commitment to equity and the opportunities provided to students and the resulting outcomes. That's very short, but if you remember, it talks about developing vision, philosophy, goals for the district, non-discrimination in district programs and activities across the district and our programs. So it's just the blue language is CSBA, sorry, tongue twister. Just making sure our policies are updated with the most current language. I'm going to go to the next. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Then we have employment references. There are 3, but they're basically, they are deleted because it puts too much, it's obstacles for the superintendent. So it's the superintendent or designee shall process all requests for references, letters, recommendations, or information about the reasons for separation regarding all district employees other than himself or herself. It's more the responsibility of the personnel department. So we work with, I work with Juris, Lucy, and just to make sure we get all the recommendations. If there's anything that needs to be mailed out to a different district, we handle that. So that pretty much the three. Positive school climate is the last one. Again, CSBA language is in blue, which is correcting our language. That's the older language. The governing board desires to enhance student learning by providing an orderly, caring, and nurturing educational social environment in which all students can feel safe and take pride in their school and their achievements. The school environment should be characterized by positive interpersonal relationships among students and between staff. And again, this whole thing goes into non-discrimination. It briefly touches on campus security, student wellness, and student safety. I know we went over this time, but I'm just kind of glazing it over again, just to make sure just we remember that it's focused on the positive school climate, one that prohibits bullying, cyberbullying, harassment of students, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can I get a motion and a second, please?
I'll motion.
I'll second it.
Motion by member Espinosa, and I'm sorry, who was the second?
Second it. I'll second it.
Second by member Nolenberg. Okay, are there any questions or comments about this?
Donna,
We'll take a vote.
Donna, can I just add a comment? I know doing so many at once, it's a lot. Just remember, I just want to note that everybody, the blue language is the CSBA, the new recommended language, and everything else is the stuff that they're correcting. So please, if there's any questions at any time, just let me know and I can clarify or answer anything. That's it.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Okay. All right, member Smith?
Yes. Oops.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Yes.
Item 29. Yes, we heard you. Thank you. Item 29 is approval for Director, Enterprise and Risk Management. And
I'm sick of hearing you.
Monica, are you going to give us the report?
Yes, I'm going to give you the report on the first on approval for Director in Enterprise and Risk Management. We're asking for approval of this position. The Director of Enterprise Programs and Risk Management will plan, organize, implement, and direct the district enterprise programs, which include our future preschool enrichment activities and before and after school daycare and camps. The director will manage all budgets and financial information for enterprise programs, capital campaigns, grants, business partnerships, booster groups, our CTE program and partnerships, and enterprise business plans. The director will also direct the operations and activities of risk management, including risk and loss control, budget development, administration, planning, and program management. The director has the responsibility to plan, organize, and coordinate the functions of risk management in alignment with the district's strategic plan and equity policy. Given the current fiscal climate, this position will help provide leadership and management to foster community partnerships and most important, and to be fiscally responsible and generate additional revenue for TCUSD. The fiscal impact is the salary and the benefits, which is approximately $125,000. This is one of the positions that we are repurposing part of the salary for the assistant superintendent, and hopefully you will approve this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, would someone like to make a motion and to approve this?
Smith, move.
Motion by member Smith.
I'll second it. Nolenberg.
Second by member Nolenberg. Okay, are there any questions? Yes.
I just want to add that hopefully this will be a self-funding position by the grants that this individual secures and whatnot. So although there'll be a startup cost the first year or two, at some point, we hope that it's self-funding.
I think that is the intent. I think especially with the preschool program and just with the risk management, being able to, lower our liabilities and just taking a look at whatever partnerships can bring revenue into the city. I think that's the intent.
Are there other questions? I was wondering if we have childcare programs in the fall, would this person be responsible for that also?
Yes, they'll be helping Director Hannah Getty, making sure our enrollment is as much as we possibly can have, working with her on fee schedules for the programs that can generate fees, working on her with staffing, so we limit cost and provide a quality educational program at the same time.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, we'll take a vote. Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Item 30 is approved behavior intervention specialist, BCBA.
Okay, so this one position, we're asking for board approval for this classified position, for this position for the behavior intervention specialist. It is a position that will help serve our needs and help us be more fiscally responsible. So the TCUSD Special Education Department currently contracts out with non-public agencies to fulfill all their behavior intervention needs as listed on a student IEP. This includes the one-on-one behavior intervention aides, as well as a behavior intervention specialist who completes the supervision hours, as well as the training for the aides. All behavior intervention specialists who take the supervisory role must possess a board certified behavior analyst license. We currently contract for this for 2 contracts for $500,000 and $75,000. With the prior approval of the behavior intervention aid positions and the proposed approval of this position, we would eliminate 2 of these contracts. This would improve the quality and consistency of services being provided to our students who have this need on their IEP. It will also be an extremely responsible financial decision for the special education department, as well as the district. Currently, it would the fiscal impact of this would be approximately $105,000 out of our general fund and special education fund. That would be with the salary and benefits, and it is extremely less than the 2 contracts that we currently have for this position, which is $500,000 and $75,000.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion to approve this?
Smith, move.
Yeah. Okay,
I'll
motion by
second.
member Smith, second by member Espinosa. Okay, questions or comments?
The only thing I would like to add is that I know in years past, the district put out a rec for this position and was not able to find people, which is why we've had to contract out. So we can put it out, but there's no guarantee we'll find somebody.
There's no guarantee that is true, but we did not think we would we thought we would be in the same position for the DIS counselor and the special ed positions. And thankfully the ones that we flew in the last 2 weeks, we've had multiple candidates for, which is very rare for those positions. So I'm just hoping that our reputation as a great school district, people continue to apply, and we're going to try to fill these spots.
Absolutely.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll take a vote. Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member, okay. I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Yes.
and Member Espinosa.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Move on to item number 31. This is approve employment contract addendum for associate superintendent. Pursuant to government code section 54953, subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the proposed addendum to the current employment contract for associate superintendent, Dr. Monica Makovitz. It is proposed that Dr. Makovitz receive 10 days of paid vacation for the 2020-2021 school year only. All other terms and conditions of Dr. Makovitz's current contract shall remain unchanged. Upon approval, any contract becomes public record. Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a
Motion by Member Nolenberg. Is there a second?
Smith?
Okay, I'll make the second. All right. Is there any questions or comments on this? Okay, I'll go first. I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
And Member Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Item 32, approve employment contract addendum for chief business officer. Pursuant to government code section 54953, subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the proposed addendum to the current employment contract for chief business officer, Marianne Sorrell. It is proposed that Ms. Sorrell receive 32 days of paid vacation for the 2020-2021 school year only. All other terms and conditions of Ms. Sorrell's current contract shall remain unchanged. Upon approval, any contract becomes public record. Would someone like to make the motion?
I'll move, Smith.
Okay, a motion by Member Smith. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Member Nolenberg. Are there any questions or comments? Yes.
Yeah, maybe just
Matt.
for the record, maybe we can ask Kim to comment on the reason for these two addendums for Marianne and for Monica.
Yes, I'd be happy to. So in the current school year, due to the COVID crisis, the associate superintendent and the chief business officer were not able to take their vacation time, their vacation days, and they have exceeded their employment contract in terms of number of days worked under their employment contract. So in doing so, they were both adjusted the 10 days. Marianne's, Monica did not have vacation days in her contract. She's on a positive work year, so you see the 10 days reflected. Marianne did have vacation days because she is in the classified union of the classified category, and so she has the additional 10 days added to her contract as well. That's why the language is different, but they really equate to the same amount, and it's because they've exceeded the number of work days in their current employment contract.
That's why it's one time also.
And that's why it's one time. It's just due to the COVID crisis, and they were not able to take the benefit that the district had originally provided in their terms of their employment. And for Monica, certificated employees cannot carry days forward. So they don't accumulate. You can't carry them forward. You either have to use them or you lose them unless we make a special addendum for them to carry them forward.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We'll take a vote. Member Nolenberg?
Are we going to do this? Yeah, we're going to do the same thing for the principals. Because a lot of the principals that wanted the high school and the Doug learning months or extra days beyond their contract?
So with the principals, on the positive work year schedules, I had Dr. Mankiewicz work with the principals to make sure that they could utilize their days. And then after the last day of official school, when school ended, they were able to exercise those days. The district employees obviously have worked every single day since the notice of the school closure. And so they've worked solidly throughout the summer. So principals can observe their time off in the remaining weeks of June to make sure that they did not go over their contractual amount of days.
Are there any other questions? All right, we'll take a vote. Member Nolenberg,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Member Lynn,
Yes.
and I'm a yes, and that motion carries 5-0. Next is the consent calendar. These are routine items approved by one motion and one vote unless a member of the board or audience requests that any item be reviewed and voted upon separately. And I'm assuming, Member Smith, you have one you want to pull out?
I do.
Vote on separately?
Specifically in item 39, the certificated personnel order, I'd like to pull out just item A7, but I'd like to vote on the rest of that.
Okay. All right, so we're going to vote on everything except for 39A7.
Donna?
Okay. Yeah.
Donna, I have a question about item 37. Really, there's a contract item I have a question on. Maybe we could pull that one too.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we'll pull item 37 also. So we're voting on 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, 39, everything except for A7 and 40. So would someone like to make a motion?
I'll motion.
I'll
A
second
motion
that.
by Member Espinosa, second by Member Nolenberg. Okay, any questions or comments about those? Okay, we'll take a vote. Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Member Lynn,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg,
Yes.
Member Nolenberg,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. All right, Member Lynn, what question did you have?
I'm reading the contracts. We have what amounts to $165,000 for what appears to be a new company or new vendor, Play, Move, Develop Therapy. Is that a new vendor? Or what does it provide?
Mr. Lynn, or Dr. Lynn, excuse me, can you tell me the contract number that you're looking at, please?
Yeah, give me a second.
Thank you.
I had it in my notes. Let me look it up. It's 1 second. Here we go. TC201029.
What page?
That is on page 5.
Top of page 4. Let's see. Give me 1 minute while I go through my stack.
Page 4 on this, but if you load up the PDF, it says starting page 5.
Did you say $65,000 or $6,500?
Well, it's a whole set. It goes all the way to.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So you add it up, it's over 100. It's 165.
Okay, sorry.
So this is a special education contract. This is a new vendor, and I am scanning it for the service they're providing.
They're providing physical therapy for students.
Thank you.
So yes, we have gone with a different vendor this time, but it's the same service that we would provide for the students who need physical therapy.
Okay. Was the current PT provider, was there an issue?
I don't know the reason for the switch in terms of providers. I do know that we've gone through all of our contracts to try to negotiate lesser amounts and or consolidate contracts where we can get better price points for service. So I could ask the director of special education and get back to you on that.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? All right, can I get a motion and a second to approve item 37?
So moved.
Okay, motion by member Smith. I'll second it.
I'll second it.
Okay, we'll take a vote. Member Lynn?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay, I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 401. All right, we'll move on to item A7. Were there any questions about that, or that's you just because of your conflict?
Just for the record, I'm asked to have this voted on separately. It involves the appointment or the selection of an individual to take over the coordinator of student data and integrated technologies position. And that individual is my son, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, great. All right, is there a motion and a second?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion by member Lynn, second by member Espinosa. Okay, I am a yes on that. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 401. All right, we're moving on to board comments. Item 42, does anybody have any board comments? Okay, I have one. I'm wondering if maybe we should start our closed session earlier. We have been not starting our meetings on time because our closed sessions and a lot of it too is we have technical difficulties, and I don't see those technical difficulties going away as long as we're doing them on Zoom. So I don't know what everybody thinks about that, but I think it's important we get our meetings started on time, and also hopefully too we can finish them on time. And closed session, we could maybe start it earlier if we need to. Well, how does everybody feel about that?
I'm fine.
Okay, I hear no objections.
As long as the
So I guess we'll leave it up to the superintendent. If we don't have much, then we should be okay, but we just seem to always have things that make us start our meeting late, and I'd like to try to get it started on time because people are sitting around waiting for us, so. Okay, that's the only comment I have. Does anybody have any future agenda items?
I have a comment. I think we should have a list what phrases that are racial, have racial overtones into them. So, I mean, on television, a person,
the word he's saying.
I can't, yeah.
all the sexual, what constitutes as sexual harassment. I think we should list what.
We lost him.
I think
Okay.
he's asking about
That's
what
it.
constitutes sexual harassment, and I believe the language is pretty clear in terms of defining what that is in these policies we read.
Well, there's annual training too that we go through as board members. In that training, it defines it very clearly.
Yeah.
If that's what he was asking.
Okay,
I'm just
all right,
asking
anything else?
that we list the comments that are sexual harassment, constitutes sexual harassment. Because not everything everybody says seems to be sexual harassment. I mean, it's defined, it's defined differently by different people. Some comments are racial, or some people take them racial. They're made, comments that are made by certain individuals may not be racial at all. So I just
Ken,
like to see a list of
I think
what's
the policy, as
appropriate.
Member Smith said, the policy outlines it clearly, and you know, and the training. So I don't know that if you feel that you need to see a list, maybe reference those policies and the training.
Okay.
All right, let's
All
move
right.
on to
Bye-bye,
item
Paul.
44, additional public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Matt, yes.
We have had dual language immersion as an agenda item, prospective agenda item. I think Larry Marston may have even been here still. And obviously we're not going to get to it in October, November, because we got other issues. So it just seems like it's embarrassing to have it on every single meeting and we're not getting to it. So my suggestion would be to remove it. And then when we have the time, we'll address it then.
I think that's a good idea. We're not going to do anything while this pandemic is going on, that's for sure. So, all right, well, why don't you go ahead and take it off, and then we can always put it back on at a later time. Okay, anything else? All right, we'll move on to item 44, which is additional public comment, and I have some more to read, 3 more. Says, good evening, board members. I'd like to start by saying that I commend the district's decision to withhold the hybrid educational model at this time, that there's a great surge in the COVID-19 cases. Our children, teachers, and staff's health and safety should always be our first priority. Having that said, I am aware that the fall semester will be provided by distance learning instruction, utilizing the learning management system that the district purchased, along with other electronic resources. As a parent of a general education student that also receives special education services and supports, I would like to share that distance learning is a challenge for my son, and it's not the way he learns best. But given the unprecedented time, we try to adjust and adapt as much as possible. After schools closed on March 13th, we've been supporting our son at home to access his virtual learning program. We realize that his access to learning is dependent on the support he receives from us, his parents, as learning coaches, wearing multiple hats as OT, SLP, AAC, aid, inclusion support, tech facilitator, inclusion facilitator, behavior support for redirections, engagement and motivation, task completion, to name a few. I'd like to ask the district to consider designing a collaborative program for family support plan with supports and services that may or may not include in-person service delivery at home or school for related services. That may or may not include tutoring, one-to-one aid with behavior training, to simultaneously support family members' capacity during virtual learning, along with communication about district strategic plan on how they will promote access, equity, and inclusion for students with IEPs during distance learning time. It is already known that for some learners, more supports in place during this new virtual mode of education will be needed, especially behavior-wise, understanding that all behaviors are a form of communication. As parent input and in the spirit of collaboration, I'd like to request that the district consider the training of staff and implementation of the universal design for learning as a framework. It's a research-based framework designed to fully engage the wide variety of learners present in any given classroom. Research has demonstrated that when students are engaged in classroom learning, behavioral challenges dissolve. UDL guides teachers to develop instruction that is presented in multiple ways and allows students to respond to instruction and demonstrate their knowledge and skills through multiple pathways which lead to greater engagement. And then there's a URL here where you can get more information about it. And we're past, well, it's almost over. Both UDL and PBIP can address some of the challenges we see in our district dashboard and contribute to better the district's inclusion plan. I hope that this input can contribute to you as you make informed, intentional decisions to enhance and support student learning. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Sandra Sue. Okay. Next is, this is from Alex Madrigal. Hello, I am a graduating senior at Temple City High School, and I would greatly appreciate it if you took some time to consider my words. I'll be completely honest when I say that I wasn't going to place a public comment. I'm a graduating senior after all. I will be going to college in a few months, and I don't plan to come back to this town anytime soon. But after reading the many testimonials given by students on their experiences at this school, to remain silent is to say that these students, the next generation, are not worth our time, our effort, or our compassion. I will start by asking a simple question. What has TCUSD actually done to combat these accusations? From what I've seen, pretty much nothing. Apparently, silence seems to be the perfect response to accusations of racism made by minors going to your institution. Is it because they think that their petition, their complaints are a small joke not to be taken seriously because they're just kids, they don't know what they're saying? That is degrading and insulting on multiple levels. First of all, the 673 signatures seen at the time of this writing begs to differ towards the claim that this is a small fad. And furthermore, it shouldn't matter if it was 670, 2,000, or even one claim. Any number of accusations involving racism should be looked into and solved, no matter the cost. And yet it seems that our school district refuses to admit that anything could be wrong despite mounting evidence to the contrary. I'd like to end my comment by stating this. Temple City students rely on their teachers to educate them, help them, and most of all, protect them. These are the tenets that give parents enough hope to drop off their greatest joys at a foreign place for almost an entire day. To see TCUSD ignoring the people they are meant to help become productive members of society is not only wrong, it's disgusting. Therefore, I urge TCUSD to properly acknowledge the outcry of its students and to actually put forth into making things right. To continue feigning ignorance would be an injustice. If no action is taken, you will be teaching your students a new lesson, that their school, the place where they learn and grow, doesn't care about them and never will. Okay, I have one more. I have to go to my email. It says, I'm Gary Ledger, math teacher at the high school. And since I'm a math teacher, I'll count off 4 things I would like to thank you for. First, for making a clear decision over 1 full month before school starts, which gives us as teachers time and clarity on how to put together our lessons. Number 2, thank you for taking the health of teachers, staff, and students in mind. I support your decision. Number 3, purchasing the Canvas Learning Management System. This will be a wonderful platform to better teach our students and communicate with parents. Number 4, thank you for the training on Canvas, which is in full swing now. Hannah Getty's coordination and communication, the technology committee's hours of research and work, and the incredibly well done faculty-led trainings. You too as a board have spent countless hours during this time. So thank you for the decisions and collaborative leadership you have demonstrated to support us as a Temple City USD family and team. Gary Ledger. Okay, is there any more public comment? All right, we are at adjournment. So it is now 10:32. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn? Okay, well, second.
I'll second.
Come on, you guys.
Dr. Lynn.
Second by Mr. Smith.
No.
All right. Any last questions or comments? All right, Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Member Lynn.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg
Yes.
and Member Smith.
Well, I guess so.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Thank
Donna,
Yes,
you
Bye,
motion,
everybody.
you motioned the last one, right?
yes.
Okay, just making sure. I got it.
Have a good night, everybody. Take
Yeah,
care.
likewise.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye,
Take
Marta.
care, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
Night,
Yeah,
thank you.
thank you for coming, Marta.
I want to see the little one.
Thanks, Marie. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, guys.
See you later. And you guys will know when you're allowed back in the building soon.
Thanks.
Okay, take care. Bye.